Hello and welcome. This is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's a house!
Did you hear what I said?
Huh? It's a house!
Did you hear what I said?
Huh?
Hello, freaks. From the green forests of the Pacific Northwest. All right. How's it going? We can do one of our StreamYard call-ins. That's what we try to do on the weekends a little bit more. Now, I was just going to start off with this one, totally unrelated. But it was one of those, you know, on this website right here, these different faces. I just randomly picked one, but it's really short. So let's see. There's no newspaper articles either. None. So I just thought I'd talk about it while you guys are still saying hello to everybody. So this is Brittany McGlone from 2007, May 4th. Hey, look at that. There's Cheryl Bullock again. Thank you. Used to be somebody like you, too, that would do that right when the show started. Can't remember who that was. Here, listen to this. It's pretty interesting. It said, on May 4th, 2007, Brittany McGlone was found deceased in a home in Winnsboro, Texas, small town. The cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma to the head, while investigators quickly identified an individual closely tied to the family as the main person of interest. Early in the investigation, the case went cold due to a lack of sufficient evidence to bring charges. In 2022, the primary suspect was arrested. Actually, that's a different sentence. So this one said they weren't able to bring charges because of lack of evidence. Then in 2022, the primary suspect, the same person, was arrested by Wood County Sheriff deputies for Brittany's murder. However, a grand jury later declined to indict the suspect, citing a lack of evidence. Despite police records pointing to inconsistencies in the alibi, a failed lie detector test, and a documented criminal history, Wood County Sheriff Kelly Cole maintains that investigators have turned over new information and is determined to continue pursuing justice for Brittany. I think they think it has to be this person, though. Here, look at this. And here's the next article. It said, early in the morning hours of May 4th, 2007, Brittany McGlone finished working her overnight shift and went to the Winnsboro residence of her boyfriend, Jeff Stogner, and his family. When Stogner arrived back home at around 2:30 p.m. that day, he discovered 19-year-old Brittany beaten to death in his bedroom. She had been left alone that day as the Stogner family went out of the home for various reasons that all checked out. And then it says, a friend of Jeff Stogner, Chad Carr, had visited Stogner earlier that morning. So, like, which Stogner? Okay, so a friend of Jeff Stogner named Chad Carr visited Brittany that morning. And was, visited Stogner early that morning and was considered a suspect. Carr has failed lie detector test. His alibi time frame did not check out, and a pair of women's underwear were found in possession that did not match the size of his girlfriend, but did match the size of McGlone's. Supposedly, no DNA evidence was found. Carr was arrested in 2023, but the grand jury failed to reach an indictment due to lack of evidence. I wonder if they were not able to say that. 19, huh? You mean 10? Let's see, is there a 9 next to the... I'm not sure if you... So Marty's Bar and Grill has a challenge of he will send $50 in coffee if we gather in, is it 19? Or is it supposed to be 10? Kind of seems like a random number. I could see... Okay, 10. So if we get 10 gifted memberships, Marty will match all 10 of those. That would be awesome. Thank you. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Jason. We don't mention other channels in here, please. Thank you. I'm not sure why you'd ever even stick your face into a dipshit channel like that, man. That's just ridiculous. Anyways, we've got Carr was arrested in 2023, but the grand jury failed. But here's the thing. I looked up this Chad Carr guy. Here, let me read you his criminal. That's crazy. So they probably couldn't mention the court records when they, when they present it to the grand jury, right? So look at this. These are his court records. Failed to ID fugitive from justice, refused to something. Sexual assault. And this is July of 2006, which is just before this. This happened May 4th, 2007. So he has a sexual assault in July of 2006. He has another sexual assault on July 21st, 2000. Okay, I guess it's probably the same thing. And then aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. That is date. That one is 2001. And then burglary of a building, 2000. Sexual assault, again, and that's the July 2006. So he's got a bunch of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 2001. Burglary of a building in 2000. And this is the guy that went over to the house. Okay. This is the one that went to the house that morning, and the police believe is the suspect in the case. I mean, this seems so obvious. Again, I mean, what are the odds that he isn't the person, right? So I just thought I'd look that up. And then on a map, it's a really small town here. The yellow are where her boyfriend has lived all the different years. I think the 2007, I think, where was that? Yeah, right here. So I kind of think this might be the spot. I wonder if there's a street view. No. Yeah, like maybe right in here. There's different, yeah, see there's different units in here maybe. And this is where they lived. And then that Carr guy, he lived in this place, and all these yellow ones are where her boyfriend had lived in the town, and they were buddies. So if they were buddies in 2007, That means her boyfriend was aware that he's just an absolute pile of crap, too. You know, that's insane. Somebody has the answer to this question. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Hey, thanks, Kara Brickler. Did you guys even follow along on that? Were you following along, or doesn't seem like anybody was even interested? Yeah. Thanks, Allie Cake and Wild Bill Wassman. Did you guys hear what I just said? I told you the case there. I mean, it's just, to me, it's mind-boggling. This guy visits her in the morning, and a year before, he'd already done, you know, a sexual assault, and he's done assault with a deadly weapon, and they just couldn't make it stick. It's crazy. Yeah. So there was almost no information, no newspaper articles at all on it, sadly. And yeah, he didn't pass his polygraph, and his alibi had inconsistencies. And so they're on the right guy. They just, for some reason, can't make it. I mean, it'd be just ridiculous if it was some other random person that could do the same types of things that he's already done, this other guy. And so, like, you know, she's staying over at her boyfriend's house, and everybody in the family was out. So she was there by herself. And then the friend of her boyfriend, that's this car guy, he's the one that has these sexual assault charges from year before. And then they find her dead in the house when the boyfriend comes back at 2 p.m., probably had an overnight shift or something. But he's probably not, like Mel Stiller said up there, you know, birds of a feather, you know, or or I guess quacks like a duck. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird, the DNA thing, because you think he would have... It was 2007, so people are aware. So he might have been, like, extra cautious about that. All right, we got a challenge up there by Marty's Bar and Grill. We've got 3. We need 7 more. It's 10. If we get 10 gifted memberships or super chats or whatever, you know, is equivalent to 10 gifted memberships, he'll donate 5 or 10 coffees, which is the same amount. I think it's very unlikely that somebody else altogether. That's what I always say. It's like, what are the odds of that? So it's just like in the Delphi case, you have Abby and Libby. So is there anybody in here that's not familiar with the Delphi case? I mean, we don't have very many people watching, but there might not be. You know, Abby and Libby, and you know, when I interviewed Jerry Holman, one of the investigators, he said that they believe that Abby and Libby went out to the bridge that day because they were communicating with Keegan Klein, who they thought was Anthony Schatz, and that was just a catfishing account online. So they go out to the trails, and then this person shows up, Richard Allen, and kills him. And somehow they haven't been able to make a connection between the catfishing account and Richard Allen. But I mean, what are the odds of that? The odds of that are like 1 in a billion. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, we covered the Delphi case from day 1 in here. So yeah. So I don't know. I just think the odds are so low that, oh wow, there was this other person. Although, you know, you got to look at it like this. Her boyfriend obviously didn't keep very good company, and neither was the car guy that came in, you know, so the boyfriend has charges too, but they are the same type. But to be friends with somebody like that, you might have other types of friends that are similar. But hey guys, any chance we can get going on Marty's challenge up there? We started off pretty good and then it just went Those are the things that get the show and help us get to the goals. All right. All right, that's all I had on that. I just randomly found it. There's no other information. Hopefully they, there was that good news saying that they have some new information. Maybe it'll lead to something, but I don't know when that was. All right, and then on the missing general, Major General here. Man, you guys just always make it so hard on me every night. Well, there's Allie Cake again, you guys. She's done 2. Can we get other people to help support the channel and get to the 10? That would be great. Thank you. Possible ex-account of missing General William McCasland claimed fellow general was murdered over nuclear material. So these online sleuths think, this is in New York Post, so maybe they think it's him. Online sleuths think they have uncovered missing retired Air Force General William Neil McCasland's anonymous social media account, which claimed another general was murdered for his dealings with nuclear material. McCasland, 68, went missing from his Albuquerque, New Mexico home on February 27th, which is the same day that the person behind a conspiracy credentialed X account made their last post. That is sort of interesting, isn't it? The account, TMB Spaceships, claims to be run by a retired 38-year-old active duty United States Air Force with a PhD in engineering, listing the Air Force Institute of Technology, the Education Training Command, AETC, and Air Force Material Command, AETC, as places they've worked. Both the AFIT and AFMC are located at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which McCasland ran from 2011 to 2013. He attended the Air War College during his 34-year career, which is subordinate to the AETC. McCasland attained a PhD in astronautical engineering from MIT in 1988. The account shockingly claimed just months before McCasland's disappearance that Major General John Rossi was allegedly committed suicide in 2016, was actually murdered because of refusal to hand over nuclear material to private contractors. Well, why would they shoot him for that? That doesn't make any sense. Or, not shoot him, but why would they take his life because of that? It doesn't make sense. Thank you, Karen W. And I think, I'm not sure if that makes any sound. I hope the audio is working again on the, let's see, alert box. Yeah, I think the audio is working in there. Let's see. General Rossi was a good friend, and it's my opinion he did not commit suicide, the account wrote in a reply post on September 2nd, 2025. I believe General Rossi was killed because of incident report to the Pentagon that he would not transfer nuclear weapons to private hands, just months prior to an attempted nuclear weapons theft from Fort Still. What do you mean a theft? Attempted nuclear weapons. Attempted, I guess. Oh, jeez. General Rossi knew DOE takes all custody of nuclear weapons, no private contractors, the Post concluded. McCasland was informed about some of the most secretive U.S. technology in his capacity as a leader of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, vice commander of the Space and Missile Systems Center, and director of space acquisition at the Pentagon. During his time, he was one of the key gatekeepers for the UFO topic for the Air Force. WikiLeaks disclosures of emails of John Podesta, former counselor to President Obama, revealed that Blink 182 frontman Tom DeLonge was in contact with McCasland, who briefed him on the subject of UFOs and alien life. McCasland was an integral behind the scenes in setting up the I Miss You Crooners, the Stars Academy, which boasted an advisory board that included former director of Lockheed Martin, Skink Works, Steve Justice, UFO researcher and physicist Hal Puthoff, a former Pentagon unidentified anomalous phenomenon investigator. Yeah. So here is the Twitter account. Hey, look at that. Mel Stiller said, "It all sounds very alien." All right. All right, guys, we need 5 more gifted memberships to reach Marty's Bar and Grills challenge. Kind of interesting, all these different posts he has in here. Maybe we can go back and find magnetic stochasticity in magnetically confined fusion plasmas. Jeez. This guy, whoever is the person that runs this page, is obviously not dumb. What was the date on that? Oh. So they were posting a lot in here. But it is interesting if you scroll up to the top here, the last post, I guess is right here, February 27th. This one is 2020, some other pinned, it's a pinned one. Hey, look at that, Kelly Snyder. Thank you. Very cool. Thank you so much. So I think didn't they say September? It was a reply though, wasn't it? Let's see. I mean, this guy was posting it every second, you know? A lot. Yeah, thanks everybody for getting to Marty's goal there. His challenge. Let's see. There are no coincidences, good sir. The source said the CIA has a system in place that can discern UFOs while they're still cloaked. There are no coincidences. And that'd be, if this is him, I mean, then you could sort of figure out what he knows. I mean, you have to admit that's weird that he quit posting on the day that he went missing. I mean, that's the last post that he ever made. Yeah, let me open up that, see that date again. September, so well, I guess I can just go to that. So here's that post. Space Force is moving to Redstone, something. Stage investigation, Army report. Self-doubt and sleep deprivation led to Star's suicide. 2 stars had self-doubt. General Rossi was a good friend, and it is my opinion he did not take his own life. I believe General Rossi was killed because of an incident reported to the Pentagon. What was it? Inspector General. That he would not transfer nuclear weapons to private hands just months prior to an attempted nuclear weapons theft. So maybe, but why would he need to do that? Well, I mean, I don't understand what would make somebody want to. I guess maybe it could have been that they asked him to do it, he didn't do it. Now they know that he might say something, so that you take him out, and then there was an attempted theft on the same material because they couldn't get anybody to work with them. That kind of makes sense. Like a private lab went and talked to this general. Let's see. When was that? Oh, so this is way back in, it's like 2016. Was a former United States Army general officer, an air defense artillery officer by profession. He commanded at all levels available in his career, from battery to center of excellence. What happened? All right, Rossi died from hanging himself in his home at a Radstone Arsenal, Alabama, the home base of his impending 3-star command. So he's about to become a 3-star general. The U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command, which he was slated to take command in 2 days. Well, yeah, that's, you gotta admit, that's kind of weird, right? He was interred. Okay, let's see. The resulting investigation concluded that Rosie's, that's how the guy in the Delphi said Rosie's death, ruled a suicide was caused by feelings of inadequacy for his future 3-star assignment, personal feelings of responsibility for the deaths of soldiers under his command, and as well as sleep deprivation. Colleagues remarked to Army investigators that death seemed to follow Rosie, for example, with 12 soldiers dying of various things, I guess, during his command. Fort Sill, serving as the spokesperson for the 3rd Corps. Additionally, Rosie expressed trepidation of his coming assignment to his wife only upon arrival at Redstone Arsenal days before he was due to assume command. Rosie remarked that there was so much information associated with the job that he didn't know or understand, fearing he would be exposed as a fraud for being unable to handle the diverse responsibilities. Such feelings of being intellectually inferior to the scope of his command were present since his tour as a commander of Fort Sill. I don't know. That seems, that seems like a really weak reason. That is kind of weird, isn't it? You know? Let's see that again. So up here, he's responding. Space Force is moving to Redstone Arsenal. Staged investigation Army report. Self-doubt and sleep deprivation led to 2 stars suicide. He's about to become a 3. Thanks, Jim Lawn. Jim said his iguana bit his buddy Steve. General Rosie was a good friend, and it's my opinion he did not commit suicide. So he knew him really well. I mean, so how did he know about this? I mean, I guess he's the good friend. And wow, see, this makes this sort of interesting, doesn't it? Think about this. Hey, look at that. We got another challenge by Phyllis Watson. A 5 for $5. We just need 5 gifted memberships, and then Phyllis will match 5. So think about that for a minute. This guy here, he might have been killed because of this post here. That's what's interesting about this. Because this is why, okay, this is true. Let me just throw this out here. If this is true right here, I believe General Rosie was killed because of an incident reported to the Pentagon IG. See, Rosie reported that he said that he would not transfer nuclear weapons to private hands just months prior to an attempted nuclear weapons theft. So it could be that the people that told him, hey, you know, you need to go, can you get us some nuclear material? And he goes, no way, and he reported it. And then they take him out so that he doesn't, like, say more or divulge more. And then, but he had told this guy, this general here that's missing, that information. And then maybe they found out that he knew about it, so he had to be taken out too. I mean, it kind of makes sense that whoever, if that is the story, they would want to take him out also because he knew the same thing that this Rosie guy knew. Anyways, if you find it even mildly interesting. Yeah, it's pretty, yeah. See, that's crazy, right? Think about that. So you got the Rosie guy here was asked, see, the only way that this general here, forgot his name, William McCasland, he knows about this story because this guy told him about it. You know? So the General Rosie told McCasland about an attempted nuclear weapons theft. And then he was killed, but that was, you know, that was way back, it was in 2016, but this post came out and they may have just stumbled upon it more recently, you see? Like they didn't know that somebody else knew this. Yeah, so General Rosie knew about an attempt to acquire nuclear material. He didn't do it. He reported to the IG, and then he's found dead. But he obviously had told McCasland the same, hey, this is what happened. So McCasland is now saying, in this post back in just September, 5 months ago, said, hey, I think somebody killed him because this is what I know, and then now he's missing. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? Yeah, we know. You're not paying attention, though, furry tail, to what I just said. It was more interesting than what you just said. Yeah, we already know about that. All right. Anyways, and then somebody replied, interesting to that comment. If true, does this mean there was a successful transfer of nuclear weapons to private hands after General Road? No, because it seems like up here, whoever that was tried an attempted theft. See, it says just months prior to a private hands, just months prior. Right, so he was asked to do it, and then a few months later, there was an attempted nuclear weapons theft from Fort Sill. Like, so they couldn't get him to help, so whoever it was, they take him out, and then they try to attempt a theft. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I mean, it's all conspiracy stuff, so it's not really my... I'm just going by what is said here, and that's if this is that account, but it does seem like this could be his account, right? I mean, the fact that the last post is the same day that he went missing, and this guy posted pretty regularly. I mean, let's go look at it. Watch this. So here, let's just go with his posts here. He went on February 27th, February 25th, 25th, 24th. I mean, he was like 22nd. He posted all the time. Ding, 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 ding. And then immediately, then it stops on the 27th, the same day that he went missing. Hey, thanks, you guys. Wild Bill and Alley Cake, as in I'll eat cake. And then we had Tracy Von Brott. Thank you. What do you guys think of that? I mean, I think there's a good chance this is his account, given that timing here. I mean, it could be that this is somebody else's account and they went back and deleted every post that just up until the 27th to make it look like this, right? You could do that. You could take an account and then delete everything and go, oh, hey, let's pretend this is... I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to check that kind of thing. Maybe I'll follow it, see what happens. All right, well, that was the only update that I had on that. And now we're going to switch over. Got, the daily update on Nancy Guthrie here. There's always something. It's, got a few different articles here. Thank you, Karen W. Yeah, so here's the first one. I'll just do them in the order that I got them. I mean, that they're in the file here, not the... This one says, did Nancy Guthrie get... these are stupid. Get found. Nancy Grace says why she doesn't believe family is responsible. Did Nancy Guthrie get found? What does that even mean in there? Commentators and journalists, commentator and journalist Nancy Grace has said she does not believe the family of Nancy Guthrie is responsible for her disappearance. Speaking at the Variety True Crime Summit during the South of Southwest in Austin, Grace said her view was based largely on her impression of Guthrie's daughter, Savannah Guthrie. Yeah, but what does that have to do with the other daughter? And for one reason, and one reason only. I do not believe the Guthrie family is responsible, because although it was many years ago that I first met Savannah Guthrie, she is, I'd like to assure you, not a fake TV person. She's real. She is real, just like she is on TV. She's super smart. She's a trained lawyer. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is it seemed like they were really, when they were hugging Tommaso at the, the wall that had the different things, I don't know, the flowers, the memorial that was set up there. Looks like the challenge needs just one more gifted membership up there. I do not believe the Guthrie family. And then down here, Grace also referred to an appearance by the television presenter at a memorial fall. Yeah, see, I already said all this. She walked up to the flower. I didn't even read this yet. See, but we said this a long time ago. You remember? See, you know how I always tell you guys, like, they always get these experts, these people on TV, and everybody goes, ooh, did you hear what they... And it's like, we've already said all that, We've said it. Thank you. Hey, thanks, Phyllis Watson. So we had Karen W. and Phyllis Watson. I can't see your face very well, but you do remind me of a person. Yeah, I think it was the Buffy Vampire Slayer's mom. Look at that. You're her sister. On the show, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Let's see. Of course, I can barely see a picture. You could look like Farrah Fawcett as well. Thank you. Remember back in, I don't know if you guys are old enough, but remember back in like 1976, the feathered look, it was like they part it in the middle and feather it on the sides. Yeah, that wasn't that great. Now we don't have any super chats in here, so let's see if we can get one. I want to see if the audio is still working. We haven't had a cat eye in forever, and I think the audio is working now, so we might even be able to hear it. I just don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's any audio for anything like if it's $2. Doesn't make a sound. I think something shows up on the screen. Yeah, everybody had the parted in the middle, feathered on the side. Yeah, who didn't? Bell bottoms. See, Grace also referred to an appearance on the television presenter, by the television presenter at a memorial following the disappearance. We walked up to that flower memorial, or she walked up to that flower memorial with her arm around her brother-in-law, and I just do not believe, I find it impossible to believe that Savannah would do that. That's exactly what I said. I said, Savannah and Annie would not be able to put their arm around somebody if they knew they had something to do with killing their mom. So they must have cleared him. Now, we still don't understand why they had the car for so long. She said, adding that this was the reason alone. She acknowledged that investigators often begin by looking at those close to the victim. Yeah, see, I think Ashley Banfield was right on the money. She literally was told exactly what she reported, and she worded it as such that, they're looking at him as a potential person. And they were. So, I mean, it's probably a better idea just to say they're looking at a family member instead of saying a name, but it's, it is what it is. I don't think she is in any trouble or anything. You are all true crime legal aficionados. You would say you'd look at the family first. Of course you do, because statistically, that's who did it. But I think that's who did it but I don't think that's who did it in this case. Nancy Guthrie, 84, has been missing for nearly 6 weeks. She was last seen in her home in Tucson on January 31st, and was reported missing the following day. Investigators believe that she may have been, she absolutely was abducted after drops of her blood were found on the porch. You mean expirated blood, where she literally coughed. Authorities have also expressed concern about her health, saying she requires daily medication. Officials have since said members of the family are no longer considered suspects. Last month, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Farrah Fawcett hairdo, that's right. You don't have that in your picture, though, I don't think. Oops, I still have it on the screen. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's just kind of weird that they just kept it so long. Doesn't really matter. We could all come up with, hey, let's come up with a reason that sounds normal, but, it just isn't. Last month, the FBI released doorbell camera footage showing a man on Guthrie's porch on the night she disappeared. The individual was wearing a ski mask, gloves, long trousers, and a jacket, and it appeared to have a handgun holster. Authorities described him as 5'9" to 5'10", with an average build and carrying a 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack. That's what 8675309 figured that out. His identity has not been publicly confirmed. Some news organizations have reported receiving alleged ransom notes, demanding cryptocurrency payments for Guthrie's release, though investigators have not confirmed whether the messages are genuine. Early speculation focused on family members because Annie Guthrie and her husband Tommaso Cioni were reportedly the last people to see Nancy. Investigators also seized Annie's vehicle. I mean, just that alone, it's just kind of, that means they were interested in figuring out what may have happened. Annie's vehicle during the early stages of the inquiry, because you might think that that vehicle was used. It's interesting. I wonder what the surveillance was saying about that car. They must have been like, well, we can't prove that your vehicle made it back home right after you dropped her off or something. Because if they could, they wouldn't even be, well, I guess then they'd think, well, hell, maybe she was brought in the house. I don't know. It's just the last known person to see her, so. Authorities later said the family had been cleared as part of the investigation. Savannah Guthrie has publicly appealed for support as the search continues. We feel the love and prayers from our neighbors, from the Tucson community, and from around the country. Please don't stop praying and hoping with us. Meanwhile, Chris Nanos said investigators believe the suspect may have had a specific motive, though the possibility of a wider threat cannot be ruled out. Yeah, well, the thing is, if it was a, abduction for ransom that went bad, you can't rule out that they might do it again to somebody else. We believe we know why he did this, and we believe that it was targeted. I wonder if maybe the why is more something to do with Savannah, in their minds. Right, there's always a motive. It's not some random, like the fact that she was removed from the home, and that appears to be why they went there. It's just that obviously there's a motive, right? They think they know what the specific motive is, though. See, it says the suspect may have had a specific motive. I just hate the wordings, like may have had. Okay, sure. Though the possibility of a wider threat cannot be ruled out. We believe we know why he did this, and we believe that it was targeted, but we're not 100% sure of that, so it would be silly to tell people, yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. Yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. See, that's Nanos always, without he just right there gave away. Right there, he just did it. He just right there in that quote admits that Nancy Guthrie was the target. He always does these little things. Hey, it could have been a dog. Well, I mean, an animal. Could have been an animal on there. Well, sure. If the camera's outside, thank you very much, Nanos. We now know that the camera was outside. That got the shot of him at 212. Now we have him say, yeah, it'd be silly for me to say, yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. Okay, so that means Nancy was his target that night, right? You would say something else if it was some other sort of, I don't know. That's what he's kind of revealing that Nancy is the target, right? What do you guys think about that? It's almost like his subconscious, in him trying to word things cryptically, he gives away stuff unintentionally. You know what I mean? Well, I do. I give a lot to what he says, because when he said the other day, when he said that the surveillance camera might film an animal, well, that's his mind, trying to be like, hey, it says it films people, but it could have been an animal. Well, that wouldn't even cross your mind if it was an indoor camera. You wouldn't even say it, but he just sort of says things. And so you can get little hints from things that he says, especially ones that he didn't intend to say. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. But we're not 100% sure of that, so it would be silly to tell people, yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. Because you might be his next target, meaning Nancy was his last one. Yeah, but I guess the motive is sort of, that's the thing. Like, okay, what was the motive of her being the target? But hey, guys, if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, we're currently at about 40%, not even that, about 33% of the nightly goals in here. So if you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. Thank you. And thanks, Marty, for the coffee. All right, so that was it for that article, and then we got another one. Yeah, see, his problem is whenever he knows he's not supposed to give out information, or he just I don't know, man. I mean, the part about it could have been a dog or an animal, that's just, it's weird. Like, why even say that? He's trying to be open-minded. Hey, yeah, it says it recorded a motion of a human at 212, but I guess it could have been an animal. I'm not really sure how those work. He's trying to seem like he's really open-minded to all these different things, but just by saying that subconsciously, let me ask you guys: would any of you, if you had an indoor camera and you didn't have pets or anything like that, would any of you say, if they said, yeah, it recorded a motion, it picks up human, I guess it could have been an animal too, you just wouldn't do that? None of you would say that. Because you would just immediately, it wouldn't make sense to you. He said it because he knew the camera was outside and actually thought about it and was like, well, I guess it could have been an animal. Nancy Guthrie, a big reason TV journalists believe Savannah's family are not responsible. Is this the same one? I think that might be the same one. Okay, that's the same thing. All right, this one is Nancy Guthrie updates Savannah livid over brother-in-law suspect reports. Reports Megyn Kelly. Okay. So it says, as the Nancy Guthrie investigation continues, Savannah Guthrie is reportedly livid that journalist Ashley Banfield reported that Tommaso Sione's husband of Annie Guthrie and brother-in-law Savannah may be a prime suspect. Why would you be livid over that? It's a reality. That's what they thought at the beginning. Banfield cited a law enforcement source as she made that claim in the February 3rd episode of her podcast, Drop Dead Serious, with Ashley Banfield. 2 days after Savannah's mother was reported missing from her home near Tucson, Arizona. And according to Megyn Kelly, one of Savannah's former NBC News colleagues, Banfield reporting in Rage, the Today co-anchor.
Now, I have not been able to confirm that the Guthrie family wants to sue Ashley Banfield, but I have confirmed that Savannah is livid about that report and definitely does not suspect her sister or her brother-in-law. Can you blame her? I mean, that's, of course, she loves her sister. I'm sure she loves her brother-in-law, and I'm sure she genuinely doesn't believe they had anything to do with it.
Thanks, Michelle H.
All of us are in a different boat. We have to be more objective in assessing the possible suspects, the possible people connected with it, and law enforcement certainly does. And Ashley based this claim, Mark, on what she said a senior law enforcement source who had been a source for her for years, who she described as an impeccable source.
I think he's an FBI
told her
agent.
She's, so do you think there actually it would be a defamation claim by the Guthries against Ashley Banfield?
Let me tell you what I would do if Savannah came into my office or called me and asked me that question.
This is Garagos, by the way.
I would say, look, I know you're out of your mind about this. I know you can't believe that this is being reported, but the tape that we just watched together couldn't be more protected under the law. And there is no way any thought that you have about suing, any claim that you think you have is going to be met by, depending on the jurisdiction it's brought in, what's called an anti-SLAPP, which is a strategic lawsuit against. What that will do is it will freeze the case, and a judge, when he gets it or she gets it, is going to rule that you have no ability to pursue a claim that, as framed, by the way, Ashley framed it. It's dead on arrival, pun intended, in terms of any kind of legal action. There's no there whatsoever. Because you have the ability. Number one, because it's
right.
You could find any judge who's looking at this, any lawyer who's involved is going to tell you, of course, they're looking at the family members. It would be malpractice not to, and that's exactly what Ashley said. Number two, the media
what are you talking about?
As long as they are reporting and they have source protection, you're never going to be able to disprove what Ashley Banfield said. Source protection. This has been, by the way, Megan, one of the great frustrations when I'm trying a high-profile case. When a judge gags me and says, you, Mr. Garagos, your team and the prosecution team, as lawyers, cannot comment on this case. This is attorney's eyes only on some discovery. Well, what ends up happening, the law enforcement leaks the information. How do I ever prove that? I can't, because there is source protection. So that source protection, which is robust, is always going to be a wall that you're never going to be able to climb over.
So what about it, Matt? I mean, what if they did sue, saying this turned into a complete shit show where this poor guy who is a victim, as the sheriff said, when you do this kind of thing, somebody who, he may not be the prime suspect, he may actually be just a victim, who was a victim, had all this focus on him. I mean, everybody,
Yeah,
yours
it's not like
truly,
he-
Brian Enton, everybody who's been in depth covering this story started talking a lot more about the brother-in-law as a result of that report. And if they say, we don't believe her,
Wasn't I on court TV with this guy on the right once? It just seems, I feel like he seems familiar. I don't know. Maybe it's different.
we don't believe her law enforcement source, we think she made it up, or we think her law enforcement source ought to be sued
Hey,
as
it's not
well
making
because it was
sound, damn
complete
it.
bullshit from the beginning that caused us to come under undue scrutiny. Might they have a case?
Well, I think Mark's exactly right. We both dealt with this in California. It's called anti-slap. I don't know what they would call it in Arizona, but basically, what
Thanks,
did she
Justin.
say? She said he's a suspect, and so
Maybe.
what? Did,
Maybe
yeah,
the prime
what,
suspect.
Yeah, what exactly is that? He was the last person to see her. That's not Ashley's fault. And full disclosure, I really like Ashley Banfield.
Same.
I know her personally. I think
And
she's
she's
a
a
great
solid
journalist.
reporter.
She's a solid reporter, and what she's doing is she's reporting what a source told her. She doesn't say, he did it, and here's why. She says, I've got information from a law enforcement source who says he is a prime suspect. And even though we've heard that, I think there's even TV shows called Prime Suspect at one point or another. What exactly does that mean? What is a suspect? A suspect means it's somebody that the police are looking at that they suspect, it's right there in the word, might have done it, and the entire world is a suspect in a whodunit like this. And Mark's right. It goes nowhere. These are incredibly emotional situations for the family. Wouldn't be the first time that Radar Online has been radically wrong. But again, going back to what Mark said originally, and I think he's exactly right, all roads lead back to the sheriff. If this is a leak from his shop, it's kind of rich that the guy who brought the media in, his department is leaking information. I mean, it could be the FBI, but still, it's his show. He wanted to be at the helm of the ship. He's responsible for that at the end of the day. And I had a great quote once on a high-profile case I was working on where high-placed people in the Orange County Sheriff's Department kept leaking information under an old sheriff who actually wound up going to federal prison that Mark knows all about. They kept leaking information on my Samantha Runyon case and it was driving everybody crazy. And my old boss pulled me in and he said, leaks are like ghosts. They seem really scary at first. At the end of the day, they'll never hurt your case. And chasing them is like chasing ghosts. You're never going to catch one. Nobody's ever going to admit it. But at the end of the day...
Hey, thanks, Justin Sally. I sent you the Tepe house listing. For what? What do we need to do with that? For a few days ago. I don't think I got that. I don't know. I didn't see it. And then Tracy Von Bratt.
Who is responsible for the integrity of this investigation? It's the same sheriff that's complaining about it. I think Mark's right. It goes nowhere. I would also counsel them, this is a terrible situation you're in. You're very emotional. Of course, they're going to look at everybody in the family. This is not a hill to die on, guys, because it's not going to go anywhere. They would lose, in my opinion, and then it winds up they're even more brokenhearted because now, in addition to all the horror that they're experiencing,
And it's not like, every show she was digging in saying, oh, he did it. She reported on that. It's different. Remember, that one podcaster that went off after the professor in the Idaho 4 case? That lady was nuts. Like every single day. Just kept saying the same things over and over and over and over and over and over again, like she was onto something.
you can throw a tanked lawsuit on top of all that. I would give.
But you have
I would give the
two
family
things. First
same
of all, you
advice
have
Mark
the
did.
fact that he was the last person to see her alive, and also they towed the car that he and Annie Guthrie drive, and it's remained in police custody this
Right, there you
entire
go.
time.
Yeah.
They, in fact, just yesterday, Brian Enton reported that they may be getting ready to release that car back to them, and they searched their car in the dark of night with flash bulbs going off, or they were photographing a bunch of stuff. Like, the media would have asked itself whether these two were under scrutiny by law enforcement
Right.
from day one, as soon as we found out that they towed that car,
kinda
which happened to be
obvious.
the same day that she said Tommaso was a prime suspect at the time. It's like, this was coming with or without Ashley Banfield. And the other thing, Matt, is if they did, let's say they said, we don't care, we're suing anyway. I got to be honest, it's kind of a dream for a person in Ashley's situation, because then I get all sorts of discovery from you on whether what I said is true. Now I'm really going to get up in your business and find out
I
everything
don't,
law
Bethany.
enforcement knows about whether you, in fact, may have done this.
Yeah, I hope they don't go down that road. I really do. It's it'd be a tragic distraction to all of this. But also, look, if they didn't tow the car, Megan, we'd all be wondering why they didn't tow the car. He dropped her off. He's presumed innocent, and I certainly have no information to indicate that he's anything but somebody sure did this, and the police must, in order to exercise professional competence, they've got to systematically eliminate everybody, including Savannah Guthrie, including the sister, including every gardener, every neighbor. They've got to, it's like concentric rings of eliminating potential suspects. That's how you investigate these things. And the idea that he's one of those people that has to be eliminated isn't shocking. That is a rare moment of professional competence that we've seen in this.
I was going to
Ashley's
say,
been pointing out that Radar Online often reports so-and-so is considering legal action. They even said it about her at News Nation against Chris Cuomo and News Nation. And she's like, it's a lie, so big grain of salt. But yeah, I agree with you. There's no lawsuit there. I know, Matt, you got to run. Mark, I want to talk to you about our last case. I have to take a quick break. We'll continue on the opposite side. But there's been another mix-up at an IVF clinic. And
it was a TikToker said that a professor was having an affair with somebody, and it's just the stupidest thing in the world, and just kept saying it over and over and over again in the Idaho 4 case. It doesn't even matter. You don't need to know the name or anything and look it up, or it's not really. But hey, guys, we're hitting one of those massive lull periods in here, so we kind of need another challenge if somebody wants to do one, and we're currently still just sort of languishing at right around like 40% of just reaching the minimum goal here. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, I always get hell for me asking, trying to make things work, but all I know is we've given $289,000 more than every other true crime YouTube channel. So we've done a hell of a lot of good stuff out there. So if you're out there, you can do one of the challenges or something, that'd be great. Or help support the channel, super chats, channel memberships, etc. And I hope when I say it this time, it doesn't fall on deaf ears like it seems to do almost every single time. Let's see. Here we go with this one. Sheriff makes another crucial error. This one's from yesterday, though. Sheriff Chris Nanos made another critical mistake in Nancy Guthrie's complicated disappearance, an expert believes. On Thursday, Nanos revealed he has a theory on why Guthrie was targeted and warned the Tucson, Arizona community that the abductor could strike again, but wouldn't share any further information. Former FBI agent Jason Pack told Page 6 of the official remarks, "From my experience as a crisis communications practitioner, where it gets complicated is when, in that same interview, he suggests the suspect could strike again." Right, we brought that up. It was like, yeah, that's, once you put that out there, every person watching wants to know who's at risk and what they ought to do about it. Right, exactly. If you can't answer those questions, you probably shouldn't lead with that statement. Is it really going to fall on deaf ears again, you guys? I knew it. It's just amazing. Come on. We need to get another challenge going or something, because you see it on the screen. Massive lull. We started off pretty good and they just went like that. If you can't answer those questions, you probably shouldn't lead with that statement. A warning without context doesn't necessarily protect people. It worries them, and it sits a little uneasily alongside the targeted attack framing he's also offered. And it says, so the targeted attack, and then he's saying that people might be at risk. Those two ideas need to fit together before they go out the door, right? Because you probably need to explain to people what you can do to not be one of the targets, you know, of a potential person out there. But doing that would give away the reason. So he just shouldn't have said anything yet again. Oh, whoa. Oh, see? God, it didn't make the sound. I'm gonna go make the sound. Yesterday it was working so good. Hold on. I'm gonna go play it anyways. Thank you. Wow. I'm gonna play the sound. This is what it should have sounded like. Hold on. Super chat. Oh, I wonder if that was it. There we go. All right. You can hear it, right? Remember that, you guys? One more time.
This is a test. This is a test super chat message.
All right. Awesome. Wait, what happened? I don't know why it's playing again. Hold on. Is it this one?
There it is.
All right. It's weird. I'm trying to get the my control panel back up on the screen. Is that it? Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah, I think it's kind of working now a little bit, right? All right. There it is. Hey.
R.I.P. Art Bell.
Thank you.
Great.
And thanks again up there to Phyllis Watson. For Halloween, you need to do Farrah Fawcett, though, okay? We need the feathered look, everything. Yeah, remember that one time when it did the cat eye and I went, ha! It was so loud. We were talking about something really serious and quiet, and all of a sudden, oh, man. I was like, ah. That was pretty good. Yeah, no, I was thinking that'd be cool. We should just have it have a different name, like GHI After Dark, something like that, where it's just, any kind of weird stories that are out there, go over a few of those, and then, maybe people can call in with their stories, Those are always pretty cool. We used to do that. All right. When public messaging is coordinated and coming from one unified voice, it tells you the joint investigation is firing on all cylinders. When statements get ahead of that coordination, it raises questions about where the seams are. This sheriff is getting a lot. I don't think he has any positive feedback. So I just hope, like I said yesterday, for his sake, that they actually are onto somebody and make an arrest just out of nowhere, and everybody goes, "Holy crap!" And man, that's about the only thing that'll save him. If this just turns out to be a bumbling situation where he doesn't know anything at all and he's just completely lost, and she's never found, he's not I mean, he's done, man. He's not going to be a sheriff. You can forget that. Let's see. I hope those seams are tighter behind closed doors than they may appear from the outside. I just think a little more discipline at the podium, coordinated closely with FBI leadership, would serve everyone better as this moves forward. He defended of Nanos, let's see, he defended of Nanos not revealing a motive. That's not a good sentence. When the sheriff says investigators believe they know the motive but won't share it, that's an investigative reason. This is it. You don't hand the suspect a roadmap of what you know. I have no quarrel with that. Despite Nano's statement, Pack acknowledged the high-profile investigation is one of the hardest things a law enforcement leader can face. Nobody gets everything right under that kind of sustained pressure, and I respect the weight he's carrying, he explained. Pack's hope is that Guthrie's grieving family, including daughters Savannah and Annie and son Cameron, has a dedicated point of contact inside the investigation who is keeping them informed and walking alongside them. I bet that's happening. I think it's the only way that someone like Savannah and those guys would even feel like they could go home. On Thursday, Nanos told NBC News it'd be silly to tell people, yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. He urged others not to think for a minute that because it happened to the Guthrie family, it's safe for everyone else. He continued that while authorities believe Savannah Guthrie's mom was targeted, they are not 100% sure of that. The sheriff added, we believe we know why he did this. So I guess it's just known, everybody knows at this point that Savannah was targeted. The why is something they believe they know. Now, if they're checking that restaurant that the Today Show filmed at months ago when Savannah came, maybe there's a connection there. So they might be thinking that somebody became aware and started targeting Nancy's home after Savannah came because they realized, oh, this lady's going to be really rich and she lives here, and maybe became a target because of that. This isn't the first misstep the sheriff office has been accused of making in the investigation. Page 6 reported authorities missed a simple strategy that could have been used to catch the kidnapper. Bezalel, Ethan Raviv, the CEO and founder of Lionsgate Network, a crypto recovery service with expertise in blockchain forensics, told Page 6 that authorities should have deposited a small balance in the alleged ransomer's Bitcoin account to ultimately lead to his location. A ransom note at the start of the investigation demanded $6 million in Bitcoin to be sent to an address in exchange for Guthrie's release by two different deadlines, which both came and went. Also, Daily Mail reported the department failed to immediately launch a high-tech Cessna aircraft at the start of their search for the Today Show co-host's mother, as they waited hours after she was reported missing to utilize the high-resolution thermal imaging cameras. Guthrie was reported missing February 1st. The sheriff said at the time that he and investigators believed Guthrie was abducted in her sleep and harmed in the process. Yeah, so we believe all that. On February 10th, photos and videos were released of a masked individual breaking into Guthrie's home. Well, it doesn't show him breaking into the home. It shows him messing around with a camera. So that's not accurate. A number of people have been questioned over the course of investigation after the photos and videos were released. However, authorities have no arrest in connection with the kidnapping. Now, there you go. I think we made it to about 60% now. Probably 2.5 challenges we'd make it. Oh, yeah, well, it was on Fox News about the restaurant that they recently have been over there investigating people at the restaurant. Now, it's interesting because I think that's the same restaurant that the person worked at that they found the gloves of. So maybe they were thinking, oh, these people at the restaurant wear those gloves, even though it's not the guy that we thought it was. Maybe it's somebody else that works at the restaurant that has those gloves. I mean, that's sort of an interesting way to look at it, right? I wonder how long it took them to think of that. Oh, this is one of Nancy Guthrie's videos. Look at that. I mean, not a video, an image. So that's obviously, I think that's inside where the arch is, and then there's this little owl on there. Probably a screech owl or something. Really tiny little guy. I found some of these pictures. Yeah, so a lot of these things you can use like that. You know, you can see the look of the house, how it was flat like that. I'm just looking at trying to find the images. Huh. Jeez, it's tough. Just folders. Maybe I'll just open up the thumbnail. You know, I'm thinking these tiles might only have been 10 inches, not a foot like I was thinking. See, right, these tiles, I think they might only be 10 inches. Because I looked it up, and doors or front doors like this are typically only 36 inches, right? And so if you look at this grout line right here, it goes like that, and you're basically right on this side, right? And then you go 10, 20, 30, and then look how this goes over almost 6 inches into this one, which is like 36 inches exactly. Now you can get the oversized ones that are 42 inches, and then you could go 12, 12, 36, and, you know, and then I mean, that almost would work again, right? I mean, it's funny, right? Because it's only 6 inches different. If that was what that is. And then these bricks are not like I was thinking. They're not 4 inches. These bricks here are like 2 3/4 high, and then they're not standard bricks. These are, see, because if you look right here, if that's 10 inches, the width of this isn't too far off. This is probably 8 inches, maybe. I mean, look at this brick. Look at that one, and then look at this. You know, if you were just moving, let me just do this. Yeah. Yeah, see that? It looks like that's probably, you know, if those are 10, probably, you know, 6 to 8 inches. They're big. They're not like a standard brick is 8 by 4 by, you know, I don't know, 4 or so again. Those are big bricks. What are we looking at here? We got a challenge? Alley cake? What do we got? No. Can you quit doing the look at thing? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. I can't see it, man. Oh, was it alley cake? Oh, there it was you. You know what? I had it on top chat. I had it on top chat. There it is. Live chat. Oh, there it is. Thanks. So it's a 5 for 5er by Alley Cake, with Phyllis Watson being the first one to add to it. Oh, let's just do it in here. Thanks. Thank you, Phyllis Watson. I'll Bill Wassman up there. And then we had Phyllis Watson. All right. Cool. So Alley Cake, as in Alley Cake, is doing a 5 for 5er. So anyways, I think these are 10 by 10, and these here are probably 8 by 12 by 2 3/4. And then the grout lines, yeah, it's just sort of interesting. I'm not sure what they're doing here, what the point of that was. Now, one thing that's bugging me a little bit is right here. See the grout line? Where are these? Yeah, I just don't know where. I can't remember now where the original this image was that I had. But if you look right in here, there's this grout line and then 2 inches of tile. So that's a full tile. Like, we didn't know that. Remember how it looked like they cut a little off, you know? So I think these are all completely filled, full tiles, and whoever did this just kind of screwed up somehow. Yeah, they didn't put this like right in the center. I mean, that's good there. But you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, look at this math right here. Look how perfect this works. So I think it was 100. What was the 9 feet? Oh yeah, on the map, right? It talks about how it's 9 feet 8 inches from, inside of there's a wall, and over here there's a wall. Now check it out. If you go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 72, and then there's 2 more. So I would say that's almost 20 inches, 20 and 20. So 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, and then 11, 112. Right? It's almost exactly the number for the width that they have on the map. So and I think it's close. And then let me grab the map again. Hold on. Hey, by the way, I'll make it so you can call in if you want. There we go. But hey, guys, come on. Let's get Allie Cake's goals. She doesn't do them very often, and don't leave her hanging. Come on, you guys. Let's help her out. Get the support for the channel going, and we can do it. All right, there's the. It's right there. I'm going to pin it, and then you can come in and give your thoughts. So that owl, I think, was on the underside of this. All right, right here. So underneath. Oh yeah, right over here. 9 feet 8. So you take a calculator and you go 9 times 12 plus 8 equals 116. I mean, it's so amazing. Look at that. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 112, and then the grout lines is the grout being, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those. So 7 times 3, 21 divided by 8 is, 2, basically 3, or, let's just say 3. So you add 3 to the 112, you get 115. So you're right on the money there. It's literally, so that, I think that kind of proves that those are 10-inch tiles. I guess it comes down to also if I got the exact correct distance in here, because that looked like it was about 2 tile widths in there, though. Sorry, Alley Cake. Alley Cake has a challenge on the screen, you guys. She's doing a 5 for 5. If you guys gift 5, she'll donate 5 all by herself. And we've just got 1. Please help support the channel by doing that. It makes a big difference. That would get us to like 70% or something. Hey, big Darren, just come on. God, you just get too, you just want to be so like, oh, I'm so hip. I got this little information. I mean, come on, man. We don't know, all right? It says 10. Go look it up. Maybe it's 9 point, and 7/8. Okay, yeah, let's get the protractor out and measure it. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's not really 9/8 on the map. I mean, surely it could have been 9/8 3/4, right? I mean, how do we know? Yeah, just look it up. Just look it up. Yeah. Hey, thanks, April Star. No, it's not. I don't take it as a brag. I just think you're one of those people that always has some clarification sort of thing like that. Yeah. So the bricks are 2 and I was looking them up the height of the standard brick. So I think the height might be the same, like 2 3/4 or something. Sure, Sandy, if you want to. Well, you don't have to do anything, though, but I mean, I'm just saying. Thank you, April Star. Let's see. 10 by 10 patio tiles. Yeah, so, you know, I have stuff. I actually have, I did get the textures. Let's see. So I thought these looked pretty good to use, right? Those look pretty good, right? Like to use those as it's not quite exactly the same, but. Yeah, see, it's 7.87. Okay. Right. We know. I know. I've been looking it up today. So you're it's like a 1/8 of an inch or some tiny little fraction. It just kind of gets everybody confused and takes too much extra math to sit there and work on that. Yeah, I know that. I know that, Larry. I said that 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Katie's Corner. It's 36 and then 42 for the bigger ones. I'm just trying to get the precise measurements because I'm going to make a 3D model of just that entranceway there. So I think I'm having problems with the archway bricks, the size of those things. They don't look standard at all. Hey, thanks, Allie Cake and Katie's Corner. And April Star. Yeah. Hey, thanks. Well, Marty and also Sandy. Thank you. All right. How about this? How about this one? I'll use it for that one. Big Darren. What do you think this size is right here? Because look down here. That doesn't look... I bet you that's only about 8. That might be 8 inches. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, it looks like that might be 8 inches by 12. These are big. And then right there, they do this little goofy thing. I don't know if I'll throw that in there. But I think I need to make a brick. And then I could make it go up here. And then from here, I'd have to find a center point right here. And then you do this thing where it duplicates it and it rotates it up and around and then to here, and then I put those back in again. It's pretty interesting. Might be hard to make that part. So I think that's going to be a 10, 10, 10. These are all 10. And this is 36. And then I guess, I could figure out there's like a little frame there. And then over here is, the door handle's there. I think if I remember right, the standard height for the knob is like 30, I don't know, 32 or 6 inches, something like that. And then, we'll just put the door in there and then build out maybe just the path, etc. And that's about it. We don't know. We don't have an exact map of inside the house. They have this one though. It's pretty interesting. Well, looks like we got a caller in here. It's Raven again. What's going on? Oh, I got to fix the audio. Don't talk yet. Echo cancellation. There we go. You there?
Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Is it working?
Yep, it's I don't have an echo or anything.
All right, cool. Sorry. Just feeding the cat 1 second. Otherwise, all you're going to hear throughout the whole call is a meowing cat.
Look at that. Raven feeds his cats and Gray puts his in a cage. His dogs. What a bastard. Yeah.
So you've got a cat and you put it in a cage? What the fuck?
No, I have 2 dogs. They're in a cage. Yeah, but man.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not even in a cage. They're just in a little pen, really, so people can watch them on the show. You know, there's no way I don't have a doggy cam where it's on their back or something.
It's like a first person of the dog.
Yeah, it's like.
I didn't even realize that. Oh, I get it now. Okay. Oh, that's not a big deal. I'm sure they could jump over it if they wanted to.
Yeah. Well, what's going on?
Well, I was mainly going to talk. The main point I want to talk about was the pacemaker, but really it's the jammer. So I don't think we've talked since that was like a big part of the story. Everyone thinking it's a jammer. Yeah, the jammer doesn't make sense, and the main reason
none of it makes sense. I don't even have the jammer or the box. I don't think it has anything.
No, but like, I mean, if you even modern pacemakers, like they're designed to filter out RF. So, you know, most phones, radio, like all those signals. But something like a jammer at 5 watts, like if it gets within a few inches of the pacemaker, and that's it, like it goes into like a some other state, where it's now giving a regular feedback. So it's not sort of acting as a pacemaker anymore. So potentially, if he did use a jammer, he either didn't know she had a pacemaker, otherwise he wouldn't risk it, or it was like, it's really stupid because maybe that's how she died. But that's why I don't think it was a jammer, because everything else is so well planned.
Well, it's also everything worked. I mean, if he had a jammer and he was like, "Oh yeah, these things are great," why would he spend the time even dealing with the? Because I watched a video on a jammer. It makes the video just go. It's just, So why would it even? Why would he be messing around and then removing it and stuff? It's like I don't know. It just seems stupid to me. It didn't even make the video flicker. The thing was crystal clear, other than the fact that some of it must have got written over, and they only could recover the portions we saw. Yeah,
the jammer doesn't sort of factor in, and even if it was, the walkie-talkie seems weird. Like, so you could communicate to someone, like, I don't know.
Hey, move the car around the front. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe there is a guy. I guess
because
there looks like it is something with an antenna on it. I mean, now I've looked at it many times and I can't really come up with something else. So I don't know what it is. I mean, it could be. Another thing, he could have been listening to a police scanner, because they look like that too. They have the same big thing on it. So
I had that thought. And then does that police department use analog or digital? Because like analog you can patch into, can't you, like that with a radio, but digital, don't you need, isn't it encrypted and you can't listen to it?
Well, I mean, they must be able to some way, because they're on the scanner audio that we listen to, like Broadcastify. I think they can go on to certain encrypted channels. They always say stuff like, okay, if you're at the scene, switch to channel 3 or something. And then we're like, oh shit, we don't get to hear it.
Yeah, okay. So I know analog was like basically impossible to encrypt, but digital, you know. Okay. Well, so that sort of, yeah. But anyway, I just don't think. Yeah, let's say he did know it was targeted. He would have known about your pacemaker, you would think. So you wouldn't risk putting like a crazy amount of RF in front of a pacemaker. I don't know.
If he knew, that'd be if he knew she had a pacemaker.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
that'd be a high level of knowledge that, oh, she's got a pacemaker. I mean, how the hell would they know that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I true. I don't know.
I don't know. You know, I am. You know what? Here's the thing. The sheriff is, been bumbling around and stuff. But I really hope he just comes back with a vengeance and like she's found or something, and they did it, and we just and everybody just looks like. I mean, I guess a lot of the arguments people are making are still valid, regardless if he finds something, right? Like, even if they found her, they're still valid. The stuff he's doing some of the stuff is just like rookie crap, But
So
if he finds her, he just kind of makes up for everything. That's.
I do have a feel. Like I've just got a feeling because I've watched so many true crime cases. I think everyone's saying the same thing. It's something weird. We don't know. They know a lot more. But then one thing that makes me not think that is when that woman last week came out, and apparently the FBI went to her house, and the police had already been there, and then the police thought that the FBI were like fake FBI, but they were real, and there was just no communication between the two. Like at the very least, that lack of communication shows that I don't know. Maybe they don't have everything.
He's a what?
Like the lack of communication means that maybe they don't have anything.
Well, no, but remember in the Idaho 4 case? I don't know if you followed that one, but they had nothing.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. Everyone thought they had absolutely nothing. All the while, the FBI already had a name or they had the DNA and they were running it through, and boom. And then they were already looking into it for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then everybody's like trashing the police, saying, "Oh, look at these lame ass," and boom, they came with an answer. So hopefully it'll be something like that.
Yeah, because if you give,
not very likely, but
yeah, we all want information, but it's like if you over here we get nothing, as you know. That's why it's hard to cover Australian cases, but it's the best way to solve the crimes generally, unless you need the help from the public to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Just holding, the cards close to your hands and not letting whoever's out there know what you've got.
Yeah.
So hopefully it is that. But
I mean, that's generally how they do it. They, I remember in Idaho they had press conferences the first, I don't know, it seemed like 6 days in a row or something, and they were just clearing, really updating and clearing in people and. Just sort of giving some timeline information, and then eventually they came up with the white Elantra, and then eventually they came up with, I think then there was just dead silence for a long time, no updates whatsoever. And then there was like little cryptic with the police chief. He'd show up and. One time he kind of had like a smile on his face, and then the next day, boom, that's when they arrested him. So hopefully it's something like that. I hope it is.
Complete opposite of Delphi, where you could tell they didn't know. Oh, did you ever think they knew? Like it never seemed like they did to me, but they had something.
I thought around like the 2019 when they put the other sketch out. That's when we knew that they had more information, that they knew that the person parked over by the abandoned CPS building. And I thought maybe they were onto somebody. I think they thought like Keegan Kline, et cetera, might have been involved. So they were just trying to see what would happen when they mentioned that. That's one of those cases that's interesting because that's one that should have been solved in 2 weeks. maximum. Well, not even that, like maybe 10 days, because, you know, obviously Richard Allen came forward early on, and then the Dan Doolin, the guy that the conservation officer who interviewed him, didn't seem to realize the significance, and then brought it in, and it got sort of filed away. And it wasn't until 5 years later when the lady that's organizing everything opens it up and says, "Oh wow, have you guys seen this?" And then boom, that was
It's
it.
kind of like those Hollywood detective shows where it's like a total cliche, you know, let's go through the case again and see what jumps out. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
You know.
And it matched pretty much every single thing that anybody ever said. Because that's exact. It was Doug Carter said, "We've probably already interviewed you." You know, it's like, yeah, you did. You interviewed him. You guys did interview him, for God's sakes. You know, it just a lot of this stuff, and he had a beard. He might have even shaved that a little bit at the time. Who knows? But he looked exact. You know, everyone sees what he looked like later, but at the time in 2017, he looked exactly like what you see on the bridge there, with the beard and how long it was shaved, etc.
I loved how he like ate his own shit in prison. But wasn't he, or was he just smearing it all over the place to seem crazy? Like he lost his mind, didn't he? That guy, which is good. You know.
Yeah, either that or he was drunk. I mean, I don't know. Well, the thing is, I've told the story. Like when I was in college, these people did a Mad Dog 2020 party. I was at another party. I came back in. I saw like some crystallized vomit on the ground, because it was just the sugary alcoholic drink. And then I go in the bathroom, and there's like crap all over the walls with finger.
Oh, jeez.
I was like, what the hell? What is this? And we look in the toilet, and there's just poop everywhere, right? And then we go around the corner, and this one guy has his pants down to like his knees, and like he's laying on his stomach on top of this heater. And there's just like poop all over. You know, it's just, it was, and he was like, we had to hold him up in the shower to get him cleaned off. He was like 0.3 something. I mean, I think we ended up taking him to the hospital. I mean, the guy was absolutely obliterated, as they say.
Lightweight.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good night.
One of those. Yeah. I mean, there wasn't another person that joined in on the festivities. Like there was another person that did the party. They just seemed to know when to stop. This guy, my God. And he was a weird dude too. I remember playing soccer one time, and I looked over on the ground. There's this guy just spazzing out on the ground, like he was flipping around like a fish on a frying pan. Like if you hadn't killed the fish, put it on a frying pan. It's like, it's flipping around. And I go, what are you doing? He goes, I'm just so angry at the. Whoa! And then I just realized that guy's this guy's a little off. Okay, I mean, who
Just
does?
a little.
You know, it's just. I mean, he was all by himself at like midfield, just flopping around like he was literally having convulsions.
Hey, that's healthy. He's getting it out, not being a serial killer. So serial killers who hold that flopping mentality in, maybe that end up having to kill someone.
Yeah, that could be what that is.
Flop like a fish. Maybe that. Yeah. No, you're right about the Keegan Klein. Like, you know, like you were talking about that before. Like, how is that not connected? I'm still waiting for that penny to drop, but maybe it's just. No, I can't.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I just think whatever that was, their connection was analog. Like they literally just, you know, a conversation. Like, hey, like, because the weird part is Richard Allen, when he went to the same morning, he goes over to right next to where Keegan Klein lives in Peru. So he's there. And then he drives home. He goes, they went to lunch. I didn't go to lunch with them. So I drove home to have some, and I had a few beers. And I went to the trails. Well, but man, couldn't you have maybe you talked to Keegan Klein in the town? And he said, hey, I got these girls that are about ready to go out to the bridge over there. And then he goes home and he goes to the bridge really quick, and there they are. He got there. He knew like when they were supposed to be there, because you know how he got there and then he hustled to get to the bridge.
Yeah.
He was like walking really fast past the girl. Then the other one said, Betsy Blair said it looked like he was waiting for somebody. Remember that?
Knew they were going.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, I thought was more a bit sinister. Like Keegan Kline was almost like he was selling the opportunity to meet girls like this. Like, so he would go on, and then like, because it seemed like he was a pro at it, but he didn't sort of seem like a sex offender. It just seems like he sold the accounts. I don't know. Maybe
he was. Remember, he got arrested because he did see Sam with online with people, so he was an active person.
Oh, so he was actually trading it. Okay.
Yeah, so that's when he ended up getting 40 years in prison because of his own stuff that he did. I don't think he ever met anybody, but it was all like recorded digital videos and things.
Because I knew he was away for a long time. I thought it had more to do with him luring just luring girls. I don't know. Yeah. True. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well,
big coincidence.
But we always thought it was like, I mean, I did anyways, that he had Richard Allen go out there, and then there was some other thing, like he filmed what he did, and then gave the information to Keegan Kline over at that gas station, because remember, Keegan Kline looked up that one gas station that's right near Richard Allen's home. So then maybe they met there, and he hands him the phone, and then right after that, him and his dad go to Las Vegas. And remember, in Las Vegas, he finds this phone.
Yeah.
He just randomly finds a phone. He goes, "Oh, I found it in a cab, and then I factory reset it." No way, man. See, that's just ludicrous. I think he had a phone, and then he factory reset because he didn't want whatever he gave to somebody to be found on that thing. I mean, who goes to Las Vegas? I don't know. Just a weird situation.
It seems too convenient. Yeah. So like that's something you come up with if you're trying to lie about something. His interviews creeped me. Like had a weird he was. Cause I guess he couldn't say anything, but if he was doing 40 years anyway, I don't know. That was before he got sentenced, I think. Remember, they've been and you've probably heard them all a million times.
Yeah, he got the 40 years after. See, they looked into him. They tried to get him to say something about his dad or something, and they couldn't get him to say it. So then they, I don't know. Eventually, he just kept stringing him along. That's why they were searching the Wabash River that one time, because he said that he was there, and he drove back and he threw a knife into the water or something, but he wasn't the one that did it. And so they sat there and searched in there for like 20 days. And then a week before they were done searching the Wabash River is when that lady actually found the reference to Richard Allen. So there was like these two things going on at the same moment. And I think that law enforcement thought that Keegan Kline and Richard Allen were part of the same situation, and they just never could make the connection. But I think they actually did think that.
And it was probably like, if you try and introduce, there's no need if you can get the conviction right with Allen to complicate it with trying to wrap it in with Kline.
Well, the thing is with Richard Allen, if he admits, see, he doesn't have a winning situation there, because he didn't get the death penalty anyways. But if he said something like, "Hey, Richard, I mean, what deal do you give him?" If he says that, oh yeah, Keegan Kline, because once he says that Keegan Kline told him how to get there, then he's still on the hook for the murders. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. It's not like it sort of makes it a little exculpatory.
That's when you need that. That's when the death penalty isn't just about killing people; it's about having that leverage. I
think it's huge to have the death penalty on the table. Like in Tyler Robinson's case, it's for finding bodies too. Tyler, hey, listen, I'll tell you what, we'll give you life without parole. You tell us where the body is. we'll take death penalty off the table.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will do that because, especially in cases like in, the case of Koberger. I mean, he was absolutely toast. I mean, he was going to get the death penalty, and so that was perfect. Well, it didn't turn out great for everybody else, but they just wanted to get it over with and take the deal. But like,
Just going to interrupt you for 1 second there, Gray. If you like what you're hearing tonight and you want to see the channel continue, please consider supporting Gray Hughes with a small donation. Thank you.
well, thanks.
It's hard.
Wow.
You're gonna like.
I'm gonna have to record that and make that a sound effect. I just press the button, and you want royalty. That's right, you guys. If you're out there, if you could help support the channel, that'd be fantastic. As Raven just said.
I just saw in chat. 'Cause you can't see the chat when you're in the Stream Labs or whatever it is thing, but StreamYard. But I just have another phone, so I just use that on the chat up.
I think everybody in here has gone to sleep. Nobody's even commenting anymore.
One of those nights. So maybe it's just me. I just, I'm putting people to sleep. I'll let you go. But I was going to say, I emailed you that show. You hadn't seen it, Mr. In Between. It's an Australian show. I emailed you like a really specific episode, but it's
I
really
downloaded
good.
it. I didn't watch it. I downloaded it.
No, if you ever get a chance, like it's, if you like TV, watch the whole thing. But it's bloody brilliant. Like the acting in it. I won't spoil it or anything. It's about a missing girl. You can sort of imagine. But yeah, it's a really good show, nevertheless. And I'll let someone else go. Anyone else waiting?
No, but that's okay. It doesn't. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have
There's
to
always more stuff to cover.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
That's been crazy. Like I was gonna say, maybe I save up a month's worth of Australian shows, crimes, and so I'm always emailing you something crazy. But there's one this week that was, I thought was just insane. Like the guy who was hit by the car, and turns out he killed his, wife and son at home.
Yeah, I actually went over it on here really quick.
Oh, did you? Oh, crap.
Yeah, it was just like yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And I said that on the show. I go, I think he just killed both of them and then wanted to get hit by a car, but he lived.
Yeah. And he had a neck wound too. So
yeah.
I never get those guys who do that, and then they're too sort of pussy to go through it the whole way for themselves, I guess the car accident's a pretty good shot of it.
Yeah.
But a lot of nutters out there. But hopefully, what are we up to? Day 43, 2 for Nancy.
Yeah, 42 or 3 maybe.
It's
I don't do the count thing. I just every once in a while I see it say in the messages.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, we get something soon. But always good talking to you, Gray. I'll let someone else call in, and don't forget to donate. Everyone donate.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in. All right. Have a good one.
All right. See you, bro.
Right. All right, you guys. We need to get a challenge or something going. One challenge would get us probably to a, not quite at the. Let's see. Yeah, we need like 2. Yeah, we're still like $70. Let's see, 150. We're $80 short of reaching the goal. Kind of a lot. Which 80 is 16 channel memberships. So I guess if we had 2 of those, we might be able to make it. So if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. Seems like whenever we do the call-in shows, you guys forget about the channel. It's just makes me go, oh shit, should I even do these? Don't know what happens there. It's weird. It's just there's so little action, you guys. I'm about ready to just end the show. I mean, nobody's chatting. It's dead. You know, this is exactly what I always talk about. If you guys were chatting and typing, I'd feel like we were, you know, moving forward, but we're not. It's not. It's just dead. All right. Hey, thanks. 5Faye. I did it right. Thank you. Yeah, it isn't though. Look above. There's nothing happening. You commented like 4 minutes ago. All right. No, it hasn't been going nonstop, Karen. I've been looking at it. It's now picked up because I said that. Yeah, that doesn't work that way, 5Faye. You have to say something like, I'll donate 5 if, you know, just challenging people to donate one doesn't. That's what I'm doing. Like, hey, guys, if you help support the channel, that'd be great. Yeah, I think we're 70 away. I don't want to see the other photos. No, we're not going to see the other photos. They're not related to the case. They're just photos of just random photos that they got. If they were related, they'd show us, but they're not. And I'm glad that they're not showing them. All right? Because the unethical, which is 95% of the YouTubers out there, they'll just pretend it's the greatest clue in the world and start pretty much accusing just completely innocent people immediately. They would. They've already said that it's not related, Leslie. Why are you so interested in seeing those? If they're not related, why do you want to see them? I don't get it. You seem too into it. Yeah. We've already talked about that. And it wasn't going nonstop, Karen. See, like right now, 5Faye made a comment about 2 minutes ago, and since then there's only been 4 comments. What do you mean you're just trying to chat? Well, say something, you know. We already know that they're not releasing the photos. They said that. So when you ask when are they going to release them, that doesn't make sense, dude. You know, you know what I hate the most is when women use the word dude. It's just like, God, yikes. Let's see. Yeah, sigh. I agree. Sigh as hell, man. Jesus. Dude. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, the whole bro thing, and, you know, like when women call guys bro or a guy calls a woman bro, it's just, what's going on with that crap? You know, it's weird. Weird. Hey, you can call in 5Faye. Why don't you call in? Go ahead. You can tell us your theory. You know, your face doesn't have to be on the screen. Now, I understand that you were just trying to have a conversation, but what you said was something that we already discussed, that they aren't showing the photos because they are deemed irrelevant. And so I don't want them to be released. Because as soon as they're released, if they release them, that means they're relevant. Or they could be. I don't want them to start showing pictures of random delivery drivers or just stuff like that, because that's where they can look at it up themselves. But when you do that kind of stuff, you start having people go to people's homes and looking them up and figuring out who they are, and then they, that's just what they do. It's stupid. Yeah, they're just people on I have people deliver Amazon deliveries. What if we had to show every one of those delivery drivers to everybody? They probably wouldn't like that. Okay, forget it then. We just went over some articles, and you didn't really miss anything earth-shattering. Just So, any chance we're gonna reach this goal tonight, you guys? We need 14 channel memberships to reach the goal, and then I'll donate 5. So if we can somehow get there, that'd be great. If not, I guess we just aren't making it. It's just a show on TV. Yeah. What about it, Timothy? What does King of Queens have to do with anything? It's just a show on television. Well, I don't think we know less than we knew the first day. We know way more than we knew the first day. Caregiver. Now we know a hell of a lot more than the first day. And we know the timeline, a whole bunch of stuff, Hey, thanks, Karen W. Very cool. Thanks. And Faye. Yeah, it's a good show, but what's it have to do with what we're talking about? The King of Queens. Like, how did that even get brought up? It seemed just so random. Yep, need 13 more. Well, what if we do, let's look through this list over here again. Try to find something new. See, that Zelma Anderson, that's the one we just did. I actually got a whole bunch of updated stuff on that. You want to go over that one again? Now, maybe I got to do a show where that Zelma is the main. Yeah, maybe I'll just do my own little video on that. Now let's look at that one. I bet there's almost 1960 something. They may have put something in there. I don't think I've done this one. Carolyn, no. Might not be anything. Carolyn, Jennifer. Where the hell did it go? God. Just disappeared on me. There it is. All right, guys, if you could please help support the channel, that'd be fantastic. Oh, look at theirs. Chris O'Cuddle. Hey, what's that mean? 8 more. That's all we need. There we go. Was that right? 8 more? We're at 13. Thank you, Chris O'Cuddle. You guys interested? Let's see. Carolyn Jennifer, which is kind of an interesting 2 first names. Never heard the last name Jennifer before. Have you? It's kind of an interesting 1968 in Washington, or I guess District of Columbia. Okay, forget that part. England. New Jersey? Man, I don't know. This one might not even show up. Carolyn Jennifer. No, it's a missing person. Okay. Let's see what missing Carolyn. Let's just see what. That's her right there. That's the same picture. This is a little picture. Project Cold Case. On April 8th, 1968, Carolyn Jennifer 10 went missing during lunchtime after leaving home to return to Thompson Elementary School in Washington, D.C. The family believes that she may have been pulled out of school. News media reported her missing on April 29, 1968. Her family continues to work with law enforcement seeking answers in Carolyn's disappearance. Man, that's crazy. She's older than me. Anyone with information regarding Carolyn Jennifer's disappearance is asked to call the DC Police Department at 202-673-6815. You'd think that would have been on one of the sites out there. All right, guys, we need 8 more gifted channel memberships. We can do it. I think they wanted proof to comply with the first 2 letters. So basically right now, my challenge is if you guys do 8, I'll donate 5. How's that? Sound good? Usually California is hard to... Oh, look at that guy. It's funny. We got trolls in here. Man. Just block that idiot. Unsolved homicide victim. Let me try that one. Even though it's California, it's old. It's only got to be one of those, right? Isn't that the same person? Yeah, county prosecutors still looking for clues in the. Why is this in the Ohio paper? I might have to make a folder on this one. Let's see, 1974. All right, so we already got that one. Let me see what else is in here. 1974. April 9th. This one looks like it might have been a big one. Hey, what do we got? What do we got? I will give 5 if we get the other 2. All right. Well, there you go. 2 will get you 5. Well, actually, it'll be 10 because I was going to give 5 too. Hey, very cool. Thank you. All right. And why don't you all just do 5 too? That'd be great. All right. Thanks. Welcome all the new freaks out there. April 1974, was it? Okay, so they just started doing something in June with this. All right, so June. Why did they have April? April 9th, unsolved homicide. How come she's... That's interesting. Let's just see what it's saying in here. Body is identified. Oh, there was a body found. Okay. Authorities say dental records have established the identity of a body found here as being that of Tanya Lynn Moore of Mount Gilead, Ohio. That's why it was in Ohio. The hacked and dismembered body of the teenage girl was found April 9th, stuffed into 3 plastic bags in an alley near a motel. Wow. Okay, so now we got to go back. Geez, this is crazy. Just stumbled upon. This is crazy. 1974, and then put in California. Then dismembered body. And they said it was found April 9th. Let's see if we can find something right around in here, or 12th. There we go. Let's see. I don't think those are it. 13, 14, 15. Okay, let's see that. Maybe a soldier. Okay, that's probably not it. Maybe that's not the term. Let me just put like body parts found in bags. And then go back here. Ninth. Tenth. That wasn't very good. Let me read this one again here. Los Angeles. Authorities say dental records have established the identity of a body found here as being the hacked and dismembered body of the teenage girl. Hmm. Let me see if I can do Los Angeles. Oh, guys, that it? April 10th. Dismembered portions of a young woman's body neat. There it is, right there. Man, that was tough. Found the original article. Parts of a woman's body found. Portions of a young woman's body neatly packaged and concealed were discovered in several trash cans behind a motel in Studio City. All right. I got to do this one. Okay. This one's crazy. Let me go back down to here. Gonna add a folder. And we'll look at and see what's going on here. 1974. All right. Back to this. A police spokesman said an employee of the motel at 11, we got the whole thing here, 11056. 11056 Ventura Boulevard. And that's in Studio City, California. All right, here we go. So right here. So this is a police spokesman said an employee at the motel at 110. That probably looks different now. 11056 Ventura Boulevard had noticed a peculiar odor and investigating found one part of the body under a pile of kitchen scraps in one of the cans. The other parts, with exception of one leg, were found distributed, one part per can, in other barrels belonging to the motel. Police, laboratory technicians, and coroner personnel worked to establish identity of the woman by means of fingerprints and dental records. I guess that worked out. So they didn't know who this was, though. Found, I guess that used to be, it's not a hotel anymore. Let's see if, like, just going back to, yeah, so it was 94, it still looked the same. I mean, I doubt, wait, maybe it was the one behind it there. That looks like a hotel. And maybe that's what, I don't know. Maybe it's all part of the same. So probably, I would say right there. All right, so did it keep going if I went to like April 11th, 12th? Okay, that looks like that one. Said the dismembered body of a young woman found earlier. This, where does this go? Oh, page 4. Okay. Is this page 4? Yeah. Ancient campus. Not sure where that starts up again. behind the Studio City Motel had been checked out and was not Miss Marsh. Dental records were used to rule out the dead woman being Mrs. Marsh. A large search will be made by about 100 men Saturday if Miss Marsh is still missing. So apparently there's a lady missing. They thought maybe that was her. I bet if I put Studio City here, that might be good. $13, $14, $15, $16, $17, $18, $19, $20. So I guess nothing. Then June. June 6th. Police identify the body found dismembered. Police Wednesday identified the dismembered body of a teenage girl found in the San Fernando Valley as that of Tanya Lynn Moore, 17, of Mount Juliet. A motel caretaker found portions of her body in plastic bags last April 9th. Authorities said Mr. and Mrs. Kenneth Phantom filed a missing persons report on their daughter shortly after they last saw her on May 25th, 1973. Wow, that's like a year before that. I wonder if that, yeah, I mean, that's crazy. They filed a report on her missing 11 months before she was found in that motel. So 6th, 7th. Okay, go keep moving. So her name, now we'll put her name in there. Tanya Moore. Are they spelling it differently? Shit. Taunye. I thought I had it that way. Taunye, right. How could that not have a result? It doesn't make any sense. Her name is right there. Tanya Lynn Moore. Well, that should show up then, right? Okay, now it's in Ohio then. Let's see what this says. Dead girl identified. Okay, let me keep going here. It's in 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. So is there no more mentions? How about 1975 to 2000? Jeez. Isn't that crazy how that works? Six, 7, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7. That's it. Man, I want to know what the hell happened to her. That's bizarre. I wonder if she was like, it's kind of interesting that the mother, they were looking for her a year before. It's almost like she wanted to go became like a sex worker or something, and then went to a hotel. And this is probably, shit. I don't know, man. Maybe this is a serial killer. I mean, 74 is when a lot of these nut jobs are running around. let's see. Who killed Paunye Moore? Solve the case. Murder of Tanya Lynn Moore. Let's see if we... nothing in there. 3 separate garbage bags. Sounds a little bit like Rex Heuermann kind of thing. Do you have any extra in this one? The Facebook page. Her remains were discovered in San Fernando Valley area of Los Angeles. Reportedly left behind a motel in 3 separate trash bags. Her death was ruled a homicide and her case remains unsolved. Tanya Lynn Moore, originally from Portsmouth, Ohio, was reported missing on May 25th, 1973. Isn't that crazy? Because April 9th is when she was found dead of the next year. So literally almost, 11 months later. After disappearing from Mount Juliet, Ohio, Tanya later made her way to California. And on April 9th, 1974, her remains were discovered. And that's when she was found in those bags. Man, it sucks. I think it sucks that they don't keep talking about it. That's like a case that they should have had more. That was it. It's crazy. Yep, let's look. I got to look at another one then. Good luck there, Tanya. I mean, that's just like, what do you do? That's also Los Angeles. That's kind of recent. Let's see who killed Sabo? Cynthia Sabo. Oh, that was a hit and run. Okay, there's nothing even to dig into on those. Yeah. Have we done that one? Those ones are usually kind of hard, but 1974, that might exist. I like King of Queens too. I was just wondering how it evolved, how that got brought up. Well, she's in here. So, and this, well, why does it say Connecticut? Is she from there? But wait a minute, before we go there, I did find that one article, didn't I? That was a hell of a lot. Hold on. Yeah, this one. Let's look at this one really quick. So that was April 22nd, 2009. All right. All right. So let's go over this one from the last article. Then we'll go over to the next one. Okay. It has been 35 years since Morrow Countyans learned about the horrific death of one of their own, Tanya Lynn Moore. The remains of the 17-year-old Mount Juliet girl were found in garbage bags behind a Los Angeles motel. What was this teenager like, and what were the circumstances that led to the brutal murder? What can be done to help bring her killer were killers to justice. Tanya, born in 1957, was a student at Mount Gilead High School. She was on the staff, this is in Ohio. She was on the staff of the Purple Arrow newspaper, and Tanya's family has a website at www.justicefortanya.com, where they have described her as a small town girl with a big personality and larger dreams than her hometown of Mount Gilead. Ohio could contain. Larger dreams than her hometown of Mount Gilead, Ohio could contain. Tanya was born with what she liked to call her wanderlust. She always, even when she was still in diapers, had an urge to go out and see the world and the interesting people in it. When Tanya was little, her parents had to put a lid on her crib once to try and keep her inside. The family elaborates and then says she still managed to get the lid off and got out of the front door in order to visit her grandparents who lived across town. Tanya, free spirit ways would continue to be part of her life. She eventually ran away from home as a teenager to pursue her dreams. Tanya traveled to diverse locations such as Cleveland, Peoria, Illinois, Corpus Christi, Texas, New Orleans, Louisiana, and ultimately Los Angeles, California. During high school, Tanya was very interested in music and theater. Her family notes that she was incredibly dramatic and in her everyday life and could tell a very convincing story. Tanya was certain that she could make it as a model or an actress. That's why people go to Los Angeles. So she struck out on her own several times. The family last saw Tanya on the night of May 25th, 1973, when she told them that she was going to attend a movie. Wow, isn't that amazing? According to, she just goes, hey, I'm going to a movie, and they never saw her again. That's selfish as shit, too, to be honest with you. According to a June 13th, 1974 newspaper report by Cardington journalist Ward Conway, Los Angeles police announced on Wednesday, June 5th, that they had identified Tanya as a girl found hacked to death and stuffed in 3 plastic bags April 9th in an alley near a motel. An alley, okay. She had been dismembered and decapitated. Morrow County Sheriff Tom Harden, wow, she had her head cut off too. Sheriff Tom Harden said that the girl's body had been placed in 3 trash cans at a motel in the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles. Let me see. That's probably it right there. Yeah, I mean, I would bet you money that this, and this looks old, you know, and that looks old. And that's probably the hotel. And then right back here, there was probably garbage cans where the bags were. It's crazy. Mount Gilead journalist Terry Griffith wrote in June 13, 1974 story that Morrow County Sheriff Tom Harden forwarded a picture and x-rays to Los Angeles police on May 28. The identification was made from dental records and fingerprints. Harden said that Tanya had run away on other occasions. The Mount Gilead High School junior was on probation as a chronic runaway at the time of her disappearance. During 1974, there were 481 murders in Los Angeles. Much national media attention at the time was given to the kidnapping of Patty Hearst, 19, the daughter of wealthy publisher Randolph A. Hearst. There was even some initial speculation that the remains found were Hearst's, but the murder victim was positively identified as Tanya Moore. The Inquirer recently contacted the Los Angeles Police Department for a requested update on the Moore case, but they did not respond. Current Morrow County Sheriff Steve Brenneman has stated many times that he would like to see Tanya's killer or killers brought to justice. Morrow County Prosecutor Attorney Charles Hallen theorized on April 3rd that Tanya's killer most likely had a pathological hatred of women. See, this is a serial killer. That's exactly right. He told the Inquirer that solving Tanya's murder is very important. Having an unsolved crime is always a terrible thing. No one ever gets over death of a young person. However, added that if anyone has any information regarding who was responsible for Tanya Moore's murder, they can phone him at 419-947-5515. Well, I gave us a little bit more context in there. But see, a lot of times, you go to LA, you don't have any money, and they end up relying on the streets. You guys still here? That "oh wow" comment was like 5 minutes ago. All right. I feel like I'm like a teacher in school, like I'm looking at and going, "Hey, hello, snap out of it. Come on. Pay attention." Let's see if we can find this one. Susan. All right, don't forget to help support the channel, you guys. We're still here. Whenever it gets like where it's just dead as a doornail, I could be doing something else, making a video or working on something. I try to, utilize the time where we're moving forward instead of just, spinning wheels. All right, this is 1986, April. Well, because they just can't, you have to have DNA or something. I don't know. 1974, they didn't collect stuff correctly. They might not have treated it very well because they thought she was, who knows. But that's got to be, feels like it's a serial killer. But who knows? I mean, where the hell was Kemper at the time? Did he show up there? Yeah, look at that. So that's the same picture, I think. Yeah. But so, all right, hold on. Susan. This is 1986. Susan Gacz. I'm going to go back. I got to go back to the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12. Or there's one on the 13th. That's not her. 14, 15, 16, 19, 20. So I guess the 29th is when it first popped up in there. Fort Lauderdale. Before Susan Gacz left her Connecticut home to enjoy a vacation here with 6 high school friends, her mother, Louise, slipped some spending money and a note into her suitcase. "Don't go out alone," the woman instructed her 18-year-old daughter. Gacz, Trumbull apparently disregarded her mother's advice after a night of drinking beer and shots of vodka in several beachside bars, police said. Clad in a white miniskirt and beach-colored skirt, Gacz was last seen by a friends at about 3:30 a.m. Saturday when she left their room at the Mark, it's called. It's Fort Lauderdale, I guess. Gotta throw this in there. And that's at 2100. Wait, Mark 2100? That's called Mark 2100. Mark 2100 Hotel in Fort Lauderdale. Huh. I don't know. It's called the Mark. Based on your search, there is no the Mark. Okay, hold on. The Mark. The room at the Mark. Just Mark. I don't know what the deal is there. Mark Hotel. Hotels in Fort Lauderdale. Mark related. Hotel Marin. World Mark. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. Although it does say Mark. Oh, wait. It says Mark 2100 Resort. There it is right there. Mark 2100 Resort Hotel in Fort Lauderdale and an owner who left a gift of average students. Now, this is the hotel she was staying at. Locals probably missed this hotel for its Mark 21 Ocean Lounge. So what is it now? Located at the, okay, there it is. 2100. So 2100 North Atlantic Boulevard. So it's not called that anymore, but that's where it is. Yeah, it wasn't too far away. Well, was there a hotel there at one point? I don't know. That's the address. So, Mark Hotel. Yeah, it's 1986. East of A1A. Beachfront Avenue. At the north end of Fort Lauderdale hotel strip, Mark 2100 offered 47 rooms and apartments casually sprawled along a block, rooms, televisions, a heated pool, coffee shop, and direct beach access. I wonder if that's it, like right here, you know? It just... Okay. What is the Mark Hotel today? Based on there's no I don't know, it obviously exists. It's right there. Mark 2100 was still operating in 1994. By 1995, it closed or was about to when plans to build the 2-tower, 30-story Palms condominium went up for approval by the city commission. Residents resisted the development. The plan was to close part of North Atlantic Boulevard to accommodate the project, and then didn't want to lose direct access to the beach. Residents' efforts to stop the project proved fruitless. The Palms was completed about 2001. The Mark 2100 was the first of several small hotels and motels in the area to fall to developers. Okay, so it's not there currently. Let's just see if we go back to 97, 94, or 90. This is 1995. So just looking at that picture right there, it's probably this, right? Yeah, now they're building 2000. Yeah, so it's 1995. There's like nothing there. Yeah, so anyways, it was right in that area. All right, guys, just a couple gifted memberships, a coffee, something, to provide some energy on this late night show. We're on a 40-minute lull here. Just because we got to the point where, see, when I do the thing where I say, that's why I don't do the goals anymore, like on the screen. Because as soon as you hit some kind of a goal, we go, okay, we're done. And you have to have those nights where you do better, because that makes up for the shitty ones. If you had the goal up on the screen, I can just tell you the number. We are at like 20 over where I don't normally donate my 5. So we got to there. But if you find this stuff interesting and you want to help support the channel, that would be great. Let's see. Fort Lauderdale police tried to find her during the weekend without success. Police efforts on Monday included, well, geez, Chris O'Connell, thank you. Could have just been one, but I'll send him back. Anyways, thank you. I appreciate that. So Jackas's family, they hired a private detective to help find her. So I guess at this point she's missing, right? Jacka's classmate from St. Joseph Catholic High School flew home without her on Monday. A friend of the family, Lynn Ann Pastor, picked up Jacka's luggage and unused airline ticket at the Mark 2100. So she left her room at 3:30 at the Mark 2100 after telling them that she was going for a walk. For about a year in Fort Lauderdale, okay, so down here it said, Pastor had lived. So, okay, a friend of the family, Lynn Ann Pastor, picked up Jackas's luggage and unused airline ticket at the Mark 2100. Pastor had lived for about a year in Fort Lauderdale, but she used to babysit the 4 Jackas children in Trumbull. She's a real sweet person, but she's shy. She came from Connecticut, okay. But she's shy and kind of naive, Pastor 21 said of the missing girl. She's the kind of person that if someone stops and offers to give her a ride, she may get in. Anyways, thanks again there, Chris. Police think Jackas was carrying only $20 in cash, a department store credit card, and her driver's license when she disappeared. On Saturday, her friends grew worried when she did not return to their hotel in the 2100 block of North Atlantic Boulevard. They spent most of the day looking for her before calling police. One woman told the friends that she saw Jackas at 4 a.m. at a nearby Howard Johnson restaurant. Jackas was with a blonde-haired man, and the woman said she overheard him asking her if she wore a 1- or 2-piece bathing suit, according to the police report. Police have been unable to find the man or the woman for questioning. Jackas has blonde hair and blue eyes. She's 5'4", weighs 120 pounds, Anyone with information is asked to call Fort Lauderdale Police. All right, so that was the 29th. And it's like, it's all in there. Disappearance called foul play. Foul play is feared in the disappearance of an 18-year-old high school senior vacationing in Fort Lauderdale. Police said Susan Gacz, this is like spring break, it looks like. When she did not return by mid-morning, her 3 roommates called police. Gacz is described as 5'4", 120 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. She was last seen wearing a white miniskirt, a white tank top, and peach pullover sweater. 29th, how about the 30th? State park to be closed for search. Hugh Taylor Birch State Park will be closed most of today as police search the heavily wooded area for a Connecticut high school girl who disappeared. So let's see where Birch State Park is. And why are they looking there specifically? Birch State Park. Now, just right here, right? Oh, interesting. Oh, so it's actually called Hugh Taylor. That's a long name. So Hugh Taylor Birch State Park. Right there. Police fear that Gacz, who came here on a vacation with 6 high school friends, may have been abducted. The search today in the 188-acre park at East Sunrise Boulevard and State Road A1A will be conducted by 12 detectives, 6 mounted officers, 8 K-9 units, 36 police cadets. I wouldn't be surprised if they found somebody else in there too. Yeah. All right, so that was that, and then we move on to, that was April. So May, we start off, I mean, look at, I mean, they have stuff every day. And here they are looking around. Body, oh, geez, is that, so right below that, though, body discovered in canal, maybe Connecticut teen. Police are investigating the possibility that a partly decomposed body pulled from a Palm Beach County canal this week, maybe that of Susan Gacz, an 18-year-old high school senior from Connecticut who disappeared from Fort Lauderdale. There are some similarities and there are some dissimilarities between the body and the description police have of Gacz. She failed to return home from a 3:30 a.m. walk on the beach near the Mark 2100 Hotel. Hey, thanks, Randizzle Randy. It doesn't appear that she had any problems at all, Fort Lauderdale Sergeant Dave Patterson said Wednesday. She was a happy girl. We hope that she isn't dead. Wow. I mean, that's different kind of, that's, you know, that's how people spoke, I guess, back then. The body found Tuesday near Hagen Ranch Road was 5 feet 7 inches tall and belonged to a woman 20 to 40 years old. A Palm Beach sheriff spokesman said so. Maybe that isn't her. Teen still missing, park search fruitless, it says. So they didn't find anything there in the park. For May 1st, 2nd. Now we're on to the 2nd. Missing woman 18. Oh, geez, that was her in the canal. That measurement wasn't right. Jeez. That was kind of shocking, actually, when I read that. It was weird. That felt strange. A Connecticut family agonizing 6-day wait ended Thursday when the body of a woman found in a canal west of Delray Beach was identified, that of Susan. Let me go back to the one. So this is, let me go to the one on the 1st. No, not that one. The one on the 30th. No, that wasn't it either. Shoot. Crap. Let me go back. I think it was May 1st. Wasn't that when they... Okay, so body discovered in canal. This week, maybe that is Susan. Where was it? About 70. So a body this week. All right, let me... so now I have to jump off of this and then do something where I... Let's see, body found in canal. And that could be... So if we don't use the first... let's see, the... May... Probably April 30th. Woman's body found in canal. See, that's before that. So let's see. The decomposed body of an unidentified white female wearing expensive clothes and jewelry was pulled from a canal in suburban Delray Beach yesterday. An autopsy. Man, this is pretty wild. An autopsy conducted on the woman late yesterday revealed, hey, thanks, Pam, revealed no external signs of foul play or drug abuse. The body was discovered floating face down. All right. That's why I wanted to find this, because usually the original articles, they give you directional information. So it says, found face down in L30 Canal, 100 yards east of Hagen Ranch Road. Let's go find that. Hagen Ranch Road. All right, so this is up here. And then, is this the canal right here? Oh, I see. So how they word L30. How do you know what canal numbers these are? I mean, it could be, yeah, there's a canal everywhere here. Let's see. Based on, there is no direct, yeah. The L30 canal is primarily identified in search results as a regional water management feature located in Palm Beach County. And is listed as a local, yeah. "600 yards east of Hagen Road." So if there's Hagen, 100 yards. So that it would be in like one of these, you know. Unfortunately, Hagen Road goes all the way, you know, clear, almost back down here, you know. Maybe we can read more and see. By the way, this is what I do when I'm just, before I do the show. Well, like I figure out the locations and stuff the same way. I just don't read that deep into the articles. I just do the, look for the, you know, location stuff. She's floating face down in the L30 canal. It did seem like there's a reference to it, but let's see. Let me try this. Canal name map in Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale, known as the Venice of America, features over 160 miles of navigable canals. Okay. Is there an image? We have a map. That's L. We're looking for L. Canal refers to the Levy 30 Canal, which is part of the, okay, so where is the Levy? Okay, here we go. Maybe that'll be it. Levy 30 Canal. Here we go. Will that make it? Will that work? Oh, uh-oh, here we go. Do we have, there it is, the Levy L30 Canal. And where does it go? So it goes here, and then maybe it takes the right here. And then what was the name of that? Let me just put a pin on the Levy 30. Levy 30. Right there. And then what was the name of that road again? It was Hagen Ranch Road. All right, so I don't know. Does it? That's crazy. I don't know how to make it go over there. I can see it split off over here. Is that what this is then? And then it continues up there. But if it goes this way, then there's Hagen way up there. So, I mean, does it continue all the way down? See, it looks like that road ends right there. So that might be a clue. I just don't know how to get it to where east of. Yeah, that's tough. Well, we'll have to figure it out. It's in one of the canals somewhere. McInerney described the woman as between 20 and 40 years old, 5'7", weighing about 125 pounds. She was wearing brown tank top and denim Jordache shirt. There were several pieces of jewelry on the body, so she wasn't wearing what they thought she was wearing. And including Gucci watch and a gold ring with the letter S on it. The woman also had shiny white nail polish and her fingernails and toenails. Sheriff investigators were checking missing persons reports yesterday and believe the woman is one of 2 people reported missing within the past week. All right, so that's going to be... All right. I don't think there was one on the day before. What day did they say they found her? This? Okay, I'm going to go to another one of these. Maybe this will be more specific a little bit. Thank you, Lisa Valenzuela. The decomposed body of an unidentified white female wearing expensive clothes and jewelry was pulled from canal in suburban Delray Beach. Where is that? See, we're here. We're right there. Okay. So maybe it is right over here. Because Hagen Ranch Road is just right there. Okay, so this will be suburban, and the road ends here, so it's got to be. We'll just put body, somewhere in here. Yeah, it's close to this area, I would think. And so it says the body was discovered floating face down in the L30 Canal, 100 yards east of Hagen Ranch Road, about 6:40 a.m. yesterday. Sheriff spokesman Mike McInerney said. Is there any other, maybe this one? Her Gucci watch was 13 minutes fast. The dead woman's watch was still running Tuesday morning when detectives said they found her body in a canal west of Delray Beach. The second person found dead in a canal this week. Tuesday's victim had been in the L30 canal near Hagen Ranch Road, probably 2 or 3 days. There were no obvious signs of foul play, Palm Beach County Sheriff Office. Well, that's weird if it's only... She went missing way before that, so was she held somewhere? There were no obvious signs of foul play. For now, sheriff detectives are calling her Jane Doe. They need help in finding out her real name. She wore a gold ring with an S, a brown tank top, denim Jordache skirt. A woman fishing found the body at 6:40 a.m. A man found dead Monday in a canal near the airport Hilton was identified as Ronald L. Ray. And he drowned. I'm just trying to see if one of them has a little bit more, like, why can't you just give us the street, you know, near the canal? What happens if you go down to Street View near a canal? Does it say anything? Let's say we went right there. We're next to a canal here. Does it give you a name on this? I don't know, but that's definitely a canal right there, right? I mean, there's canals all over the place. There's one on that side. And it's 100 yards, like, east of it over here. All right. So now we're going to go put her name back in there. That wasn't it. Jesus, what in the hell? Okay, May 2nd. I think we were already, did we make it to that? Okay. The search for Susan Gacz, an 18-year-old high school senior from Connecticut who disappeared from Fort Lauderdale, ended Thursday when a Palm Beach County medical examiner matched her dental records. An autopsy conducted Tuesday, the day she was found, was inconclusive. There were no external signs of trauma, according to Paul Friedman, chief of investigation. He said investigators were awaiting toxicology tests. It's an ongoing possible criminal investigation. A woman fishing in the L30 near Hagen Ranch Road, suburban Delray Beach.
What the hell is a canal?
That's, you know exactly what a canal is, Jim. You know, your doctor told you the other day. Hey, all right, thanks, Jim Lawn and Chris O'Connell. He said detectives do know how she got in the water. Fort Lauderdale police. Detectives do not know how she got in the water. Fort Lauderdale police said they're stumped, too. They've been trying to piece together Gacz' whereabouts since her companions reported her missing after she left their hotel room at the Mark 2100 to take a walk on the beach at 3:30 a.m. We're trying to locate places where she may have been. Gacz had been vacationing in Fort Lauderdale for 10 days with 6 classmates from St. Joseph High School in Trumbull, Connecticut. The principal of the school, the Reverend Richard Shea, said the girls know people in the area, but were traveling alone. This was their final spring break vacation before the end of high school and the start of college. Her friends who left for home Monday were told at school, that must have sucked, Thursday that Gacz had been found dead. All right, let's see what's going on. That's May 2nd, 3rd. I'll say they kind of just tied or at the 3rd, and then it goes all the way to the 9th. They just completely slowed down. They probably didn't want to scare people. Okay, police say there was no evidence of foul play against Connecticut high school student whose body was found floating in a canal here. Autopsy toxicology reports are expected to help determine the cause of death, said Palm Beach County Sheriff spokesperson. Last Saturday, Miss Gacz told friends she was going for a walk. All right, so then it doesn't look like her name if you go like that, and then right there on the 9th, it shows up again. Body found to be drug-free. An 18-year-old Connecticut woman found in a canal west of Delray Beach after vanishing from her Fort Lauderdale hotel room did not have drugs in her system. There were no drugs, no finding. Sheriff spokesman Mike McInerney said of the toxicology report by the medical examiner. The chief investigator for the medical examiner's office said earlier this week that the cause of death would likely be known by the end of the week. Gacz' body was found May 1st in a canal off Hagen Ranch Road 6 days after she told her roommates at the Mark 2100. Well, let's just look at that. I mean, do you think she walked? I mean, I think that's a pretty long walk. Let me just. Yeah, it's 25 miles. Okay, she didn't do that. Okay, so somehow she got there. Definitely foul play. That was the 9th, 10th, nothing, 11th, 12th, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19. So now 10 days later. Now let me go, before we get to here, let me go back to the 9th. I'm just filling up my folder with stuff. You just never know. So we have the results there. Then we go into the 19th. Yeah, that was pretty good. Come on, Jim. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Yeah. Hey, I got you. You're always joking around in there. I thought I'd throw it in there. He got me on that joke. He seemed surprised. What a canal is. That's right. He was examining your canal. All right. Anyways, right here it says, teen death yields few useful clues. The case has stumped detectives from 2 counties. An attractive high school girl jets to Florida, or Fort Lauderdale with classmates for a vacation in the sun and winds of floating. I hate how they try to write like that. Vacation in the sun and winds up, not winds, and winds up floating face down in a canal nearly 20 miles from her hotel. I just said that. An examination of her body reveals no traces of drugs. There are no indications of trauma. Sexual assault is ruled out. The girl had been drinking, but her blood alcohol content was not abnormally high. Interviews with her classmates proved fruitless. All detectives can do now is to hope they can establish similarities in other unsolved cases. While the death of Susan Gacz has left detectives puzzled, it also has left her parents, Warren and Louise, confused and helpless. His daughter, an 18-year-old high school senior, was found dead May 1st in L30 Canal near the Hagen Ranch Road. Oh, there you go. Road bridge off of Florida. There we go. Finally, somebody gave us something. Yeah. Okay, hold on. So where's the Florida Turnpike here? I don't know. So it says off of Florida's Turnpike west of Delray Beach. Okay. Delray Beach west. Oh, there it is. Florida Turnpike right here. This thing. All right. Here we go. We're getting close now. I think I might be right near it anyway. Okay. So it was near the Hagen Road Ranch Bridge off the Florida Turnpike. All right. So bridge off the turnpike. Is that like right over here maybe? I don't really understand that. May 1st in the L30 Canal near the Hagen Ranch Road Bridge off Florida's Turnpike west of Delray Beach. Off of Hagen Ranch Road Bridge. I mean, isn't it all? Okay, that's okay. I guess we could just, it's not a long road here, so we could go. I mean, that's a bridge right there. And I mean, I guess it doesn't always have a bridge over the turnpikes. See these? Like that's just normal. They have like a culvert underneath. How about right here? That's one. See, this is the turnpike right over there. I wonder if it's this one. That looks like, man, I this is going to be it. And she was found right over there. And that makes sense. That looks like what you would refer to. I mean, here's the turnpike. Here's a bridge, literally one of the few literal bridges there, not a culvert. And there's somebody fishing. She's probably found that there. And that would give the person driving a car the ability to throw, just kind of toss the body in the water. And that's really kind of one of the only bridges there, right? The road ends right here. And so there is no bridge here. There's no bridges there. These aren't bridges. So you're going this way. And then boom, there's a bridge. And then if you continue down this way, I don't see any more bridges. Yeah, it's just kind of like right there, there's one. And I guess that one's a possibility. So I'm going to have to, possible location. No thanks. What are you talking about? Just tell me what the breaking story is, and I might take your call. I'm right in the middle of something here, though, okay? You tell me what the breaking story is in the chat, or forget it. There's no reason you can't type it in. Usually people that say shit like that are trolls and they're drunk and they can't come on, they start throwing out derogatory terms. Nobody knows how her body got to the canal. Yeah, I mean, it's 20 miles away. So obviously somebody did something to her, There's no way in hell. I think she was suffocated or something. All right, so the 19th. Oh, we got a challenge in here? At my challenge, match 5 memberships. I love busting chops with the freaks and being entertained by Gray. While, hey, there you go. We got a challenge by Jim Law. Very cool. Hey, listen. You don't have an image of the bullet in flight. You don't have one. Okay, good luck. Just get out of here. I knew it was something stupid. All right, who's going to do it, man? We can get, we got a challenge. You're still here. Look at that. Phyllis Watson is still chilling out in the background. You guys, I mean, I like doing these kind of cases. They're more interesting for me. You know, you don't get an answer at the end, but it's like, oh. A Fort Lauderdale Sergeant David Pedersen says, I'll wait for Hollywood and Miami Beach police to complete their investigation before checking Cyber in as a possible suspect in the abduction of. So who's this guy? Suspect in attack throughout Southeast. Interesting. Hey, thank you, Phyllis Watson and Chris O'Connell. All right, 28, 29, 30, nothing. Then June. I'll just show all the results for June. It's only June 2nd. All right. After a month, clues still scarce. Education. Okay, forget that part. That's the theory of Fort Lauderdale. Probably was murdered and someone other than the killer was informed, has information that could lead to an arrest. That's the theory of Fort Lauderdale. Phil Mundy, who since April 26, when Susan Jacquez, 18, was reported missing, has been trying to unravel the mystery of how the attractive. Why do they always put like attractive in there? What if they'd said, unravel the mystery of the ugly blonde who was, okay, forget it. I'm not going to read it now. But you say attractive. Oh, let me go look. You know, that's exactly why they put that in there. Yeah, the missing, incredibly average-looking blonde. Nobody's going to go. It's just the stupidest thing in the world. Hey, make sure to put attractive in there. We can get a lot more eyes on this one. You know what I'm saying? I know. I think it's cool. I mean, this is just. I've never seen this one. We're just doing it right now. Jacquez's body was found on April 29th in a canal north of Atlantic Avenue. Now they're saying Atlantic Avenue. Let's see where the hell that is. See how it takes forever to get to the... Just give us the damn... Atlantic, right? Ah, God dang it. Oh, hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. What about the rest of you guys? We need 2 more gifted memberships. Let me just make my guess. Is that what? Where is Atlantic Avenue? Not that. Atlantic Avenue. Isn't that? Okay. Okay, here's Atlantic. So it is north of that. So I think we're in the right one now. See, that's Atlantic Avenue, and then the road only is here, and the only bridge is right there. So I think we got the right spot. All right. Two more gifted memberships before Jim falls asleep. Come on, you guys. Jacquez's body was found on April 29th in a canal north of Atlantic Avenue, about 1 mile east of Florida Turnpike. Man, I think we nailed that. Let's do 1 mile east of the Turnpike. Let's see. Well, that's 2.8. But it has to. No, sorry, it wasn't. It was right. Turnpike. What do we got here? At 0.82. That's right. That's it. We got it. Sweet. Hey, thanks, Lisa Valenzuela. About 1 mile east of Florida Turnpike, west of Delray Beach. She was last seen alive at about 3:30 a.m. on April 26 by friends at the Mark 2100 Motor Hotel. How Gacz traveled the 35 miles from downtown Fort Lauderdale to the remote area in western Palm Beach County remains a mystery, but Monday said he is confident the case can be solved. An autopsy by the Palm Beach County Medical Examiner's Office did not reveal a cause of death. I believe whoever put Susan Gacz in the water was either with someone else or has told someone else, Mundy said. But that's mostly a gut feeling. Gacz Sr. at St. Joseph Catholic High School in Trumbull. Hey, thanks. Randizzle Randy. Gacz, a senior at St. Joseph Catholic High School in Trumbull, arrived in Fort Lauderdale on April 18th. Oh, so it was kind of later like that. I thought it was April 4th. What did they put on? April, look at that. They have April 2nd right there. That can't be correct. There's no way. If she arrived in Fort Lauderdale on the 18th, right? With 9 high school friends for 10-day vacation. On Friday, April 25th at about 10 p.m., Gacz and her friends went to, hey, thank you, Miss Kyla and Jim Lawn. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you guys. Thank you. Hey, Zozo. Yeah, they were just doing a random cold case. Pretty interesting one. April 25th at about 10 p.m., Gacz and her friend. Well, you can hear the story. Here's the catch-up on it. Zozo, if you listen right now, watch this. Gacz, a senior at St. Joseph Catholic High School in Trumbull, arrived in Fort Lauderdale on a spring break with 5 other friends on April 18th, with 9 high school friends for a 10-day vacation. On Friday, April 25th, at about 10 p.m., Gacz and her friends went to the Candy Store Lounge at the Trade Winds Hotel, 1 North Atlantic Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, where they spent the evening drinking, dancing, socializing until the place closed at 2 a.m. Gacz and 3 of her friends then returned to the Mark 2100 and hotel, and Gacz said she was going for a walk on the beach alone. It was about 3:30 a.m., and her friends would never see her alive again. And then her body was found. The hotel is way over here, and then 20 miles north up here, her body was found right here in this canal east of the... actually, this is this one over here. This is the turnpike right there. So I don't know. Well, no, it is. That's right. It's a mile right to there. That worked. Yeah, so her body was found floating in there, and they couldn't really see anything that happened to her to determine. She had no drugs in her system, though. Anyways, what's this other hotel, though? We got to get that in there. Trade Winds, is that still... So, 10 p.m., Gacz and her friends went to the Candy Store Lounge at the Trade Winds. Trade Winds Hotel. It's probably not even there anymore. Is it way down here? Trade Winds Apartment Hotel. It says 1 North Atlantic Boulevard. Yeah, this is 1 North Atlantic. Yeah, I don't know. Is it way down here or what that even means? Fort Lauderdale, where they spent the evening drinking, dancing, socializing until the place closed. But it's called Candy Store Lounge. Maybe if I type that in. You think that's still there? No. Shit. Yeah. Oh, man, what's going on with all this? Candy Store Lounge, Fort Lauderdale. Sleazy Ghosts of Fort Lauderdale Spring. Okay, so it's got another article on that. See that? Same thing. Let's see. So where is this place? The store. Okay, it says, but a few spots did make the news. One was the infamous candy store at 1 North Atlantic Boulevard. Okay. So it's just the number 1 North Atlantic. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, so it is right down there, and that's really close to where she was staying. So this says 1 South. So this would be north. So it's probably like right in this area, I would imagine. Oh, so it is right here. Yeah, right there. There we go. So it was in here. So they were at a candy store from 10 p.m. until closed at because it was 2 a.m. There we go. Got it. So look how close it is. It's not too far away from where this is where they were at, the Mark Hotel, and then they just kind of went down here a few miles to Candy Store. And then it said Gacz and 3 of her friends then returned to the Mark 2100, and Gacz said, hey, I'm going to go out to the beach. What toughens the case is that the autopsy yielded no clues. There's no indication she drowned. Wow, that means she was dead, though, before she hit the water then. So she was tossed into the canal. If there's no indication she drowned, that means there was no water in her lungs. That means she was not alive when she was put into the water. There's no indication she drowned. There was alcohol in her system, but an amount consistent with what her friends said she drank the night she disappeared, Mundy said. No traces of narcotics were found in her body. Mundy has ruled out that Jack has died of natural causes or committed suicide. That leaves murder and accidental death. He acknowledges there is a slight chance the death was accidental. How? I mean, what? She went 20 miles away? I think we've covered one similar to this. I don't know. I don't remember covering this one. I didn't find it on my Google Earth. It might be in an old folder somewhere, but I don't know. If we did, it was a long time ago. I could do a search. There's a lot of cases that seem similar too, though. All right. When she was first reported missing, her father, Warren Gacz, said he thought perhaps she had just wandered off with a different group of kids. Deep down, he said he knew that his daughter was introverted and rarely went off with strangers. He struggled, but alcohol, takes away those inhibitions. I have no idea. It's a mystery to me, he said. I will say she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. So this was June 2nd. Yeah, it doesn't look like I've covered it. Boy, what happened to the folder? I just had it open. Ah, crap. And because I had to go check to see if I did it again, I lost it. The hell's the name of the case? Oh, maybe I put it in here. Okay. I put it into the Guthrie folder, so it needs to be out here, just random. All right. So that was June 2nd. Nothing. Okay, and then August is the next time anything shows up. August 19th. Police seek tips on hotline. We feel the case can be solved, but we need some help. In the past, homicide detectives used their own numbers, but missed calls from witnesses. Police have been trying to piece together Jacka's whereabouts since her companions reported her missing after she left their hotel room at Mark 2100 at 3:30 a.m. 3 days later, a woman fishing in the L30 Canal near Hagen Ranch Road in Palm Beach found Jacka's body. The Palm Beach County medical examiner determined that she had been asphyxiated. Okay, well, that's new. So that wasn't in any of the body had been, that's what I figured, though. She was smothered or something. The body had been in the canal for 2 or 3 days and was badly decomposed. We feel that there's a good likelihood that the homicide occurred here in Fort Lauderdale. If there is someone out there who saw something, we want to find them before they forget. Is the 19th anything different? There's one on, no, let's see, 19th. All right. So then the next time it shows up is in October. Let's see what happens there. One article. Police seeking leads in teenager slaying. Yeah, they're just hoping at this point. December, show results. That's, I don't know if that's a different person. All right, so December, and then we go to, let's just type in January of 1987. Wow. Well, there is something in there. January 5th. What is this one? Murder, rape. Hollywood police do not know if, I think we're this one. It is also not known if Susan Jacka's, a 18-year-old high school senior from Connecticut, knew the person or person who abducted her after she left her Fort Lauderdale Beach hotel room to go for a walk on April 26th. Usually if somebody wants to go for a walk, they probably, had somebody they might be hooking up with, or I don't know. That just seems kind of like maybe there was somebody she met and he goes, "Hey, I'll meet you over at 3:30." That's why she was so, and her inhibitions dropped because she had been drinking. Her body was found in Palm Beach County Canal 3 days later. She, too, had been asphyxiated. It is the injustice of such homicides that riles police the most. So that was the 5th, and there's one on the 12th. That looks like just somebody with the same name. And then there's one in March 16th, 15th, 16th. Okay. Missing student turns up unhurt after 5 days. Huh. That's weird. So what is that one about? Let me go back to like this. Fort Lauderdale police seek missing student. So there's a missing 18-year-old student, and then they wonder if the same person may have abducted Susan Gacz. And then let's go to the 17th here. And it says, when she left with her friends Tuesday morning, she looked sunburned and tired in a photo taken on Sunday. Missing student turns up unhurt after 5 days. So what was her story, though? A widespread search by Fort Lauderdale police when she became separated from friends, was upset and crying, but apparently in good shape. Bright was whisked to Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport around 6 p.m. Sunday by Detective Robert Williams to meet her parents. Bright called police at around 11 a.m. Sunday morning from a pay telephone in a strip shopping center in the 500 block of Oakland Park Boulevard. Her unexplained disappearance from the beachfront sounds more like a Papini or something. Tuesday cast a shadow over spring break. A man who has spotted Bright in Oakland Park said he also called police to tell them where she was. She was very upset, very disoriented, said Harvey Swift, who said he talked to Bright briefly at the shopping center before police arrived. She was crying. She had no idea where she was. Yeah, sounds just like Papini. Chucking a Papini, right? We're delighted she is safe, and this is not a homicide. Tuesday morning, she called a friend in Hollywood asking for a ride. The friend was not there, however, and his sister told her to call back. Wait, what is this? Wow, that's interesting. Look at this. Bright came to Florida with college friends for a week. That's the same exact story. In the sun, she spent the last Monday eating and drinking with friends along the strip. At some point during the evening, the group split up. Bright went to the candy store. I mean, wow, that's the same damn place. With a group of young people from Canada she had met. She was supposed to meet her friends at 12:45 a.m. Tuesday for a ride back to the home of Patricia Floyd in Boca Raton, where she was staying. She missed the ride. Bright told detectives she spent the rest of the night after being separated from her friends at the Sheraton Yankee Trader Hotel with people she had met. Tuesday morning, she called a friend in Hollywood asking for a ride. The friend was not there, however, and his sister told her to call back. She told police that she then went to the beach hoping to find her friends. She said she struck up a conversation with a young man, Steve, who offered to give her a ride. Steve said he had to stop by his apartment for gasoline money. When the two went into the apartment, the man held her captive, she told police. Well, isn't that interesting that that also went to the same place? That they went to the candy store? I mean, could something similar? I don't know. Bright told police she slept in the man's apartment Tuesday night. It sounds like a story, though. Like, I don't know. And left Wednesday evening. So, he held you captive and you just, you forgot. I just got up and left. He told her not to leave because he would find her again. I don't know, man. And she left after that. She told police she found $2 in the apartment and took it. At this point, we're not happy with the story. Yeah, there are too many holes, right? That doesn't sound right. I mean, it sounds interesting that she went to that same bar, but maybe that's like a common bar, you know, like Anne Marie just typed in. Maybe it was just a place people would go. When she was found, Bright was wearing the same strapless sundress and sandals she had on when she left with her friends Tuesday morning. She looked sunburned and tired. It was a strange situation for us, Floyd said Sunday. My daughter had no idea why she wasn't around when. Bright had come to Boca Raton with Floyd's twin daughters, Cynthia and Cheryl, and 14 other students. Police feared for Bright's well-being as the week went on, and neither her parents nor her friends heard from her. An 18-year-old student from Connecticut, Susan Gacz, was killed last April when she took a late-night walk on the beach. 2 other spring breakers were slain in 1985 when they tried to hitchhike from New York to Fort Lauderdale. The bodies of the women were found in the Hillsborough River near Tampa. The slayings were never solved. Crazy. Yep, still unsolved. Little has been learned about her death. On April 29th, says body was found about 35 miles away, floating in a canal. I think it's more like 25, not 35. There's no way. May. Nothing. August. Nothing. All right. How about just 1988? Looks like the stories are all gone. What about that? Yeah. There we go. 1989. to 1995. You know, they're not real. They're not the same person. 1995 or 96, I could have typed in 96 to what in the hell? 2010. I don't know. It's gone. You know, it's like, who killed Susan Gacz? Now that case that's just about as cold as you can get, man. There was nothing in there. Yeah, I mean, it's still. Is that her? No. Yeah, it's not in there. There's nothing. Well, there's one in there. Fox News. Susan Jacques was one member of a group of high school students traveling from Connecticut to Fort Lauderdale, Florida for spring break in April 1986. Jacques was 18 at the time. She disappeared one night from her motel, and her body was found 3 days later about 35 miles away, floating in a canal west of Delray Beach, according to South Florida Sun Sentinel. When she was found, her body was fully clothed, and she was wearing expensive jewelry. I mean, isn't that weird? Like, they didn't try to rob her or anything. It's crazy. She had expensive jewelry on. The Sun Sentinel reported that her death was still unsolved. Today, it appears the murder is still a mystery. Well, wow. That's pretty wild. But hey, at least we got it all mapped out and all that shit, but we don't have any idea, It's nuts. So I think that's gonna do it, you guys. I've been on it 4 hours again. Whoa! Hope you guys at least found it interesting. It's cool to put it together, put the pieces together. Unfortunately, they're cold cases for a reason. Hey, I don't care, Wheezy. Go do something else. Nobody cares. Let's see. All right, let's go. Yeah, so maybe we'll just, I've been trying to sneak some of these in. I don't know, but she didn't. She had her clothes still on and everything. I don't know what the hell happened in that one. It's almost like the person just wanted to kill her. Like that was it. It's weird. I mean, I guess he could have dressed her again. They didn't find any drugs, so I guess we don't know. All right. Well, hey, thanks, Cheryl Bullock at the very beginning there. And then we had Kara Brickler, and then Alley Cake, as in I'll eat cake, and Wild Bill Wassman. You still there, Alley Cake? And then Alley Cake, and then Karen W. Oh, wait, I have to go up and hold on. How far can I scroll up in here? Ah. Darn it. I was going to do a notebook spin. And then South Texas guy, thank you. Phyllis Watson, gifted 5. I think that was a challenge. Then Michelle H. And then Alley Cake. And then Justin Sally sent you a Tepe house listing. And then Tracy Von Brott. And then we had Phyllis Watson with a cat eye donation. I had to play it, but I think I got the audio fixed after that. And then we had Justin Solly again. Black Cats Rule. Rest in Pete Art Bell. Ding 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 ding. And thanks Wild Bill Wassman. And then Phyllis Watson. And April Starr. And Katie's Corner. And Alley Cake. And Phyllis Watson. And Five Faye. All right. And Karen. And then Chris O'Connell. I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then 5858. Again. And then, so then it was then Phyllis Watson. And then Alley Cake. Oops. Sorry, I have to do this slow because I missed some of these. And then Chris O'Connell again. Thank you guys. And then I gifted 5 because of you guys. And then Shinobi Business was in here. Shinobi Business. Oh, and then Chris O'Connell again. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then Randizzle Randy. Randizzle Randy. And then we had Pam, Lisa Valenzuela, Jim Lawn, Chris O'Connell, Lisa Valenzuela, Chris O'Connell, Lisa Valenzuela. And then Phyllis Watson. And then Chris O'Connell with a couple in a row. I got that one and that one. And then Lisa Valenzuela. Yeah, I heard that.
What the hell is an alley cake?
It's an I'll eat cake. And then Randizzle Randy. Jim Long. Gifted 5, right? Yeah, Jim Long gifted 5 there. 2, 3, 4, all right. And then Miss Kyla. And then Chris O'Connell. All right. So here we go. Oh, yeah, and then we also had Marty's in there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then let's see what we got. I'm just trying to get everybody in there. And then Sandy. I don't know. It's hard to make out. Was there another? I think it was just Marty with the coffee, right? Oh, wait, there's one up there. Lisa Valenzuela did one. All right. Okay, let's do the spin. Jesus, what in the hell? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do two notebooks. Here we go. Looks like Marty. Hey, it's Marty's Bar and Grill. Not sure if you're still there, but all right, here's another one. You want me to spin the last time? I don't remember. Oh, and it's Chris O'Connell. There you go. You want another notebook, or I've already got your name on the list. You want to spin again, or if you want another one, I can do that. But we can also spin again. Which whatever you want to do. You're the one that won. Chris O'Connell. You just won another one. You there? Okay. All right, let's spin again. Hey, look at a tally cake. All right. All right, alley cake, you won. There we go. Very cool. I'm going to start making them now. I have a list for about a couple weeks now. It sucks. One of the people I sent it to, it got returned because there was something missing, and I got to send it back out as part of this next one. Oh, the next time? Yeah, okay. Well, you have a good chance because you get like per $5, you get an extra wedge. So there you go. All right. Well, thanks, freaks. Hope you guys found that a little bit interesting. We had some interesting stuff on the general, it seems like they found the general missing in New Mexico that used to be work for Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Turns out I might have a Twitter account that he quit posting on the 27th, and he talked about how a general or like a person that he knew he thinks was killed because he reported a request to steal nukes from. So it was it was pretty interesting. You'd have to go back and watch it. Anyways. So thanks, everybody. I really appreciate it. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. And then we also had that one weird case that seems really obvious who did it. It only had very little article on it, but a guy that was over at her house earlier in the day, a year before, had 2 sexual assault charges and burglary and shit like that. And it seems like he's probably the one that killed her. But anyways, thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. I hope you like the show. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is not even 1 grade sector. Like rejector, I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. I'm not sure what you're talking about, man. I never did. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a specter with a vector on his pector. Oh yeah, where'd you read that, Lisa? Just remember, I have a temper for. Why didn't you send it to me, Lisa? I have no agenda. I'm no pretender. And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send you on a mission to reveal the truth. If he took a gun with him, he might have taken his own life, but maybe somebody wanted to make it look like he took it. Right back to work. All right, everybody. Well, where did you see that, Lisa? I didn't hear. You didn't send me an email where I saw it. Okay. Right. Awesome. Well, if you see it again, send it over. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. We'll see you later. Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using logic, reason, and common sense. Something that's not common anymore. Thank you very much for watching, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.
Bye.
And some of you, you make shit up.